Alleluia, לעולם. Alleluia, ישירו כולם. במילה אחת תודה, הלב מלא בהמון תודה, והולם גם הוא איזה עולם נפלא. הללויה, עם השיר. הללויה, על יום שלישי. הללויה, על מה שהיה ומה שעוד לא היה. הללויה, הללויה, לעולם. הללויה, ישירו כולם. והאם בנבהר יהדקו בהמון גילים, ונקראנו הם יאמרו הללויה. הללויה, הללויה, עם השיר.
הללויה, על יום שלישי. הללויה, על מה שהיה ומה שעוד לא היה. הללויה, הללויה, על הכל. הללויה, אחר הללויה, ותנו ידיך, ישירו מיליך. הללויה, הללויה, עם השיר. הללויה, על יום שלישי. הללויה, מה שעוד לא היה. הללויה, הללויה,
The glorious message of YAOHUSHUA, YAOHUSHUA, proclaimed by the emissary Luke. Dear friend who loves YAOHU'Ul, several accounts about YAOHUSHUA have already been written using for their source materials the reports circulating among us from the early disciples and all the eyewitnesses. However, it occurred to me that it would be well to recheck all these accounts from beginning to end, and after a thorough, rigorous investigation, to pass this summary on to you to reassure you of the truth of all you were taught. My account begins with a Yahudi priest, Zochar Yahu, who lived when Herod was king of Yehuda. Zochar Yahu was a member of the Abi Yahu division of the temple service hall. His wife, Elizabeth, was like himself a member of the priestly tribe of the Yahudim of the family lineage of Aharon. Sochar, Yahu, and Elizabeth were upright folks, careful to obey all of Yahu's laws in spirit as well as in letter. But they had no children, for Elizabeth was barren, and now they were both very old. One day, as Sochar Yahu was going about his work in the temple, for his division was on duty that week, the honor fell on him by lot to enter the inner sanctum and burn incense before Yahushua. Meanwhile, a great crowd were arisen outside in the temple court, praying as they always did during that part of the service when the incense was being burned. Sochar Yahu was in the inner sanctum when surprisingly an angel appeared, arisen to the right of the altar of incense. Sochar Yahu was shocked and terrified, but the angel said, "Never be afraid, Sochar Yahu, for I have come to tell you that Yahushua has heard your prayer, and your wife Elizabeth will bear you a son. And you are to name him Yahukanam. You will both have excellent gladness and happiness at the birth of this child, and many will exult with you. For he will be one of Yahu's great men. Never must he touch wine or hard liquor, and he will be filled with the YAOHUSHUA even from before his birth. And he will persuade many a Yahudi to turn to Yahushua, his Creator. He will be a man of rugged spirit and power like Eliyahu, the prophet of old, and he will precede the coming of YAOHUSHUA, preparing the people for his arrival. He will soften adult hearts to become like little children's, and will change disobedient minds to the wisdom of faith. Sochar Yahu said to the angel, "But this is impossible. I'm an old man now, and my wife is also well along in years." Then the angel said, "I am Gaborul. I serve in the very presence of Yahushua. It was he who sent me to you with this favorable message. And now, because you haven't believed me, you are to be rendered mute, unable to speak until the child is born, for my words will surely come true at the proper time." Meanwhile, the crowds outside were waiting for Zechariah to appear and wondered why he was taking so long. When he finally came out, he couldn't speak to them, and they realized from his behavior that he must have seen a vision in the temple. he remained on at the temple for the remaining days of his temple duties and then returned home. Soon afterwards, Elizabeth, his wife, became pregnant and went into seclusion for 5 months. "How kind YAOHUSHUA is," she exclaimed, "to take away my disgrace of having no children." The following month, YAOHUSHUA sent the angel Gabriel to Nazareth, a village in Galilee, to a virgin, YAOHUSHUA, engaged to be married to a man named YAOHUSHUA of the family lineage of King Daud. Gabriel appeared to her and said, "Congratulations, favored lady, YAOHUSHUA is with you." Confused, perplexed, YAOHUSHUA tried to think what the angel could mean. "Don't be frightened, YAOHUSHUA," the angel told her, "for YAOHUSHUA has concluded to gloriously bless you. Very soon now you will become pregnant and have a male child, and you are to name him YAOHUSHUA. He shall be very great and shall be called the Son of YAOHUSHUA. And YAOHUSHUA shall give him the throne of his forefather Daud, and he shall reign over Yashurul forever. His kingdom shall never end." YAOHUSHUA asked the angel, "But how can I bear a child? I am a virgin." The angel replied, "The YAOHUSHUA shall come upon you, and the power of YAOHUSHUA shall overshadow you. So the child born to you will be absolutely holy, the Son of YAOHUSHUA. Furthermore, 6 months ago, your Aunt Elizabeth, the barren one they call her, became pregnant in her old age. For every promise from YAOHUSHUA shall surely come true." YAOHUSHUA said, "I am YAOHUSHUA's servant, and I'm willing to do whatever he wants. May everything you said come true." And then the angel disappeared. A few days later, YAOHUSHUA hurried to the highlands of Yehuda, to the town where Zechariah lived, to visit Elizabeth. At the sound of YAOHUSHUA's greeting, Elizabeth's child leapt within her, and she was filled with the YAOHUSHUA. She gave a glad cry and exclaimed to YAOHUSHUA, "You are favored by YAOHUSHUA above all other women, and your child is appointed for YAOHUSHUA's mightiest praise. What an honor this is, that the mother of my Mochiul should visit me. When you came in and greeted me, the moment I heard your voice, my baby moved in me for gladness. You believed that YAOHUSHUA would do what he said. That's why he has given you this glorious blessing." YAOHUSHUA responded, "Oh, how I praise YAOHUSHUA! How I am glad in YAOHUSHUA, my Savior! for he took notice of his lowly handmaiden, and now, generation after generation, forever shall call me blessed of YAOHUSHUA. For he, the mighty Holy One, has performed great deeds for me. His mercy goes on from generation to generation to all who reverentially fear him. How powerful is his mighty arm! How he scatters the proud and haughty ones! He has deposed princes from their thrones and uplifted the lowly. He has satisfied the hungry hearts and sent the rich away with empty hands. And how he has helped his servant YAOHUSHUA. He has not neglected his promise to be merciful, for he promised our fathers, Abraham and his children, to be merciful to them forever. Mauro M. remained with Elisabeth about 3 months and then went back to her own home. By now, Elisabeth's waiting was over, for the time had come for the child to be born, and the infant was a male. The word spread quickly to her neighbors and relatives how kind YAOHUSHUA had been to her, and everyone was glad. When the child was 8 days old, all the relatives and friends came for the circumcision ceremony. They all assumed the baby's name would be Sokhar YAOHU, after his father. But Elisabeth said, No, he must be named YAOHUKHANAM. What? They exclaimed. There are no one in all your family by that name. So they asked the infant's father, talking to him by motions. He then motioned for a piece of paper, and to everyone's surprise, he wrote, His name is YAOHUKHANAM. Immediately, Sokhar YAOHU could speak again, and he began praising YAOHUSHUA. Wonder fell upon the whole neighborhood, and the report of what had happened spread through the Yehudim hills, and everyone who heard about it thought long thoughts and asked, I wonder what this child will turn out to be. For the hand of YAOHUSHUA is surely upon him in some special way. Then his father, Sokhar YAOHU, was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh and gave this prophecy. Praise YAOHUSHUA, for he has come to visit his people and has redeemed them. He is providing us a mighty Savior from the royal line of his servant Daud, just as he promised through his holy prophets long ago. Someone to save us from our enemies, from all who hate us. He has been merciful to our forefathers, yes, to Abraham himself, by remembering his sacred promise to him, and by granting us the privilege of serving YAOHUSHUA fearlessly, freed from our enemies, and by making us holy and acceptable, ready to arise and remain in His presence forever. And you, my little son, shall be called the prophet of the glorious YAOHUSHUA, for you will prepare the way for YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah. You will tell His people how to find salvation through forgiveness of their sins. All this will happen because the mercy of our YAOHUSHUA is very tender, and the dawn of heaven is about to break upon us to give light to those who dwell in darkness and death's shadow, and to guide us to the path of peace. The little infant deeply loved YAOHUSHUA, and when he grew up, he lived out in the lonely wilderness until he began his public service to YAOHUSHUA. Chapter 2. About this time, Caesar Augustus, the Roman emperor, decreed that a population count should be taken throughout the nation. This population count was taken when Quirinius was governor of Syria. Everyone was required to return to his native hometown for this head count. And because YAOHUSHUA was a member of the royal line, he had to go to Bethlehem in Yehuda, King Daud's ancient hometown. So he went, journeying there from the Galilean village of Nazareth. He took with him Mauro M., his fiancée, who was obviously pregnant by this time. And while they were there, the time came for her child to be born, and she gave birth to her first child, a son. She wrapped him in a blanket and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the village inn. That night, some shepherds were in the fields outside the village, guarding their flocks of sheep. Surprisingly, an angel appeared among them, and the landscape shone bright with the glory of YAOHUSHUA, and they were utterly frightened, but the angel reassured them. "Don't be afraid," he said. "I bring you the happiest message ever announced, and it's for everyone. The Savior, yes, YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah, YAOHUSHUA, the King, the ruler, has been born tonight in Bethlehem. How will you recognize him? You will find the child wrapped in a blanket, lying in a manger." Immediately, a vast host of other angels participated in, with the angel, the armies of heaven, praising YAOHUSHUA. "Glory to YAOHUSHUA in the highest heaven," they sang, "and on earth peace to all those pleasing him." When this great army of angels had returned again to heaven, the shepherds said to each other, "Come on, let's go to Bethlehem. Let's witness this glorious event that has happened, which YAOHUSHUA has told us about." They ran to the village and found their way to Mauro M. and YAOHUSHUA, and there was the child lying in the manger. The shepherds told everyone what had happened and what the angel had said to them about this child. All who heard the shepherd's report expressed amazement, but Mauro M. quietly treasured these matters in her heart and often thought about them. Then the shepherds went back again to their fields and flocks, praising YAOHUSHUA for the visit of the angels and because they had seen the child just like the angel had told them. 8 days later, at the child's circumcision ceremony, he was named YAOHUSHUA, the Shuam name given him by the angel before he was even conceived. When the time came for Mauro M.'s purification offering at the temple, as required by the laws of YAOHUSHUA, after the birth of a child, his parents took him to YAOHUSHUA to present him to YAOHUSHUA. For in these laws, YAOHUSHUA had said, if a woman's first child is a male, he shall be dedicated to YAOHUSHUA. At that time, the parents of YAOHUSHUA also offered their sacrifice for purification, either a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons was the legal requirement. That day, a man named Simeon, a native of YAOHUSHUA, was in the temple. He was an upright man, very devout, and filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, Holy Spirit of YAOHUSHUA. And Simeon was continually expecting YAOHUSHUA to come soon, for the Ruach HaKodesh had revealed to him that he would not die until he had seen him, YAOHUSHUA's one and only anointed king. The Ruach HaKodesh had impelled him to go to the temple that day, and so when Mauro M. and YAOHUSHUA arrived to present the infant YAOHUSHUA to YAOHUSHUA in obedience to the law, Simeon was present. He then took the child in his arms, praising YAOHUSHUA. YAOHUSHUA, he exclaimed, now I can die content, for I have seen him as you promised me I would. I have seen the Savior you have given to the world. He is the light that will shine upon the nations, and he will be the glory of your people, YAOHUSHUA Israel. YAOHUSHUA and Mauro M. were just observing and wondering at what was being said about YAOHUSHUA. Simeon blessed them, but then said to Mauro M., a sword shall pierce your soul, for this child shall be rejected by many in YAOHUSHUA, and this to their undoing. But he will be the greatest happiness of many others, and the deepest thoughts of many hearts shall be revealed. Anna, a prophetess, was also in the temple that day. She was the daughter of Panuel of the Yehudim tribe of Asher, and was very old, for she had been a widow for 84 years, following 7 years of marriage. She never left the temple, but remained there night and day, worshipping YAOHUSHUA by praying and often going on fasts. She came along just as Simeon was talking with Miriam and Yahusaph, and she also began expressing her gratefulness to YAOHUSHUA and telling everyone in YAOHUSHUA who had been awaiting the coming of the Savior that YAOHUSHUA had finally arrived. When the parents of YAOHUSHUA had fulfilled all the requirements of the law of YAOHUSHUA, they returned home to Nazareth in Galilee. There, the child became a vigorous, robust child and was renowned for wisdom beyond his years. And YAOHUSHUA poured out his blessings on him. When YAOHUSHUA was 12 years old, he accompanied his parents to YAOHUSHUA for the annual Chag Hoskayal, which they attended each year. After the celebration was over, they journeyed back home to Nazareth, but YAOHUSHUA remained behind in YAOHUSHUA. His parents did not miss him the first day, for they assumed he was with friends among the other travelers. But when he didn't show up that evening, they began to look for him among their relatives and friends. And when they couldn't find him, they went back to YAOHUSHUA to search for him there. 3 days later, they finally found him. He was in the temple upon the seat among the teachers of law, discussing deep queries with them and amazing everyone with his comprehension and answers. His parents did not know what to think. "Son," his mother said to him, "why have you done this to us? Your father and I have been frantic, searching for you everywhere." "But why did you need to search?" he asked. "Didn't you realize that I would be here at the temple, in the house of my YAOHUSHUA?" But they didn't comprehend what he meant. Then he returned to Nazareth with them and was obedient to them, and his mother treasured all these matters in her heart. So YAOHUSHUA grew both tall and wise, and was loved by YAOHUSHUA and the people around. Chapter 3. In the 15th year of the reign of Emperor Tiberius Caesar, a message came from YAOHUSHUA to Yahuchanan, son of Socharyahu, as he was living out in the deserts. Pilate was governor over Yehuda at that time, Herod over Galilee, his brother Philip over Iturea and Trachonitis, Lysanias over Abilene, and Annas and Caiaphas were high priests. Then Yahuchanan went from place to place on both sides of the river Yardayon, proclaiming that people should be immersed to show that they had turned to YAOHUSHUA and away from their sins, that they may be forgiven. In the words of YAOHUSHUA the prophet, YAOHUSHUA was a voice loudly proclaiming from the barren wilderness, "Prepare a road for Hamochiul, the king, to travel on. Widen the pathway before him, level the mountains, fill up the valleys, rectify the curves, smooth out the ruts, and then all mankind shall see the Savior sent from YAOHUSHUA." Here is a sample of YAOHUSHUA's proclamation to the crowds that came for immersion. "You brood of snakes, you are trying to escape hell without truly turning to YAOHUSHUA. That is why you want to be baptized. First, go and prove by the way you live that you really have repented, and don't think you are safe because you are offsprings of Abraham. That isn't enough. YAOHUSHUA can create children of Abraham from these desert rocks. The axe of his judgment is poised over you, ready to sever your roots and cut you down. Yes, every tree that does not yield fine fruit will be chopped down and thrown into the fire." The crowd replied, "What do you want us to do?" "If you have 2 coats," he replied, "give one to the poor. If you have spare food, give it away to those who are hungry." Even tax collectors, notorious for their corruption, came to be baptized and asked, "How shall we prove to you that we have forsaken our sins?" "By your honesty," he replied. "Make sure you collect no more taxes greater than the Roman government requires you to." "And us?" asked some soldiers. "What about us?" YAOHUSHUA replied, "Don't demand money by threats and violence. Never accuse anyone of what you know he didn't do, and be content with your pay." Everyone was expecting YAOHUSHUA to come soon and eager to know whether or not YAOHUSHUA was here. This was the query of the hour and was being discussed everywhere. YAOHUSHUA answered the query by saying, "I baptize only with water, but someone is coming soon who has far greater authority than mine. In fact, I am not even worthy of being his slave. He will baptize you with fire, with the Ruach HaKodesh. He will separate chaff from grain and burn up the chaff with eternal fire and keep the grain." He used many similar warnings as he announced the glorious message to the people. But after YAOHUSHUA had publicly criticized Herod, governor of Galilee, for marrying Herodias, his brother's wife, and for many other wrongs he had done, Herod put YAOHUSHUA in prison, thereby adding this sin to all his many others. Then one day, after the crowds had been baptized, YAOHUSHUA was immersed himself too. And as he was praying, the heavens opened, and the Ruach YAOHUSHUA, in the form of a dove, came down upon him, and a voice from heaven said, "You are my much-loved Son. Yes, you are my delight." YAOHUSHUA was about 30 years old when he began his public service. YAOHUSHUA was also referred to as the son of YAOHUSHUA. The genealogy of YAOHUSHUA. YAOHUSHUA's father was Huli. Huli's father was Manyao. Manyau's father was Levi. Levi's father was Molchi. Molchi's father was Yonai. Yonai's father was YAOHUSHUA. YAOHUSHUA's father was Manyauhu. Manyauhu's father was Amos. Amos's father was Nauchem. Nauchem's father was Osli. Osli's father was Chagai. Chagai's father was Maoz. Maoz's father was Manyauhu. Manyauhu's father was Simeon. Simeon's father was Yaosok. Yaosok's father was Yauda. Yauda's father was Yaoan. Yaoan's father was Resa. And Resa's father was Zorobabel. Zorobabel's father was Shealtiel. And Shealtiel's father was Neri. Neri's father was Molchi. And Molchi's father was Adi. Adi's father was Kosam. Kosam's father was Ulmadam. And Ulmadam's father was Or. Or's father was YAOHUSHUA. YAOHUSHUA's father was Ulozor. Ulozor's father was Yaoram. Yaoram's father was Manyao. Manyau's father was Levi. Levi's father was Simeon. Simeon's father was Yahuda. Yahuda's father was Yaohusaph. Yaohusaph's father was Yaonam. Yaonam's father was Uliakim. Uliakim's father was Mauleao. Mauleao's father was Mana. Mana's father was Manya. Manya's father was Nauchan. Nauchan's father was Daud. Daud's father was YAOHUSHAI. YAOHUSHAI's father was Awod. Awod's father was Booz. Booz's father was Salmon. Salmon's father was Nakshon. Nakshon's father was Aminadab. Aminadab's father was Admin. Admin's father was Ami. Ami's father was Kezron. Kezron's father was Perez. Perez's father was Yahuda. Yahuda's father was Yaohukaf. Yaohukaf's father was Yaohutskak. Yaohutskak's father was Abraham. Abraham's father was Terah. Terah's father was Nahor. Nahor's father was Serug. Serug's father was Roe. Roe's father was Peleg. Peleg's father was Eber. Eber's father was Shelah. Shelah's father was Kainan. Kainan's father was Arphaxad. Arphaxad's father was Shuam. Shuam's father was Noach. Noach's father was Lamech. Lamech's father was Methuselah. Methuselah's father was Kanok. Hanok's father was Yaorod. Yaorod's father was Mehaluliul. Mehaluliul's father was Kainan. Kainan's father was Enosh. Enosh's father was Sot. Sot's father was Adam. And Adam's father was Yahuul. Chapter 4. Then YAOHUSHUA, full of the Ruach YAOHUSHUA, left the Yardayan river, being urged by the Ruach spirit, out into the barren wastelands of Yehuda, where Hasatan tempted him for 40 days. He ate nothing all that time and was very hungry. Hasatan said, "If you are Yahuul's son, tell this Evan to become a loaf of bread." But YAOHUSHUA replied, "It is inscribed in the scriptures, mankind shall not live by bread alone." Then Hasatan took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. And Hasatan told him, "I will give you all these splendid kingdoms and their glory, for they are mine to give to anyone I wish, if you will only get down on your knees and worship me." YAOHUSHUA replied, "We must worship Yahuul and him alone. So it is inscribed in the scriptures." Then Hasatan took him to YAOHUSHUA Olam, to a high roof of the temple, and said, "If you really are the son of Yahuul, jump off. For the scriptures declare that Yahuul will send his angels to guard you and to keep you from crashing to the pavement below." YAOHUSHUA replied, "The scriptures also declare, do not put Yahuul, your creator, to a silly test." When Hasatan had ended all the temptations, he left YAOHUSHUA for a while and went away. Then YAOHUSHUA returned to Galilee, infilled with power of the Ruach YAOHUSHUA. Soon he became well known throughout all the region for his lectures in the synagogues. Everyone praised him. When he came to the village of Nazareth, his boyhood home, he went as usual to the synagogue on Shabbos and rose up to read the scriptures. The scroll of Yahushua the prophet was handed to him, and he turned it to the portion where it says, "The Ruach Yahu is upon me. He has appointed me to proclaim the glorious message to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted and to announce that captives shall be released, and the blind shall see, that the downtrodden shall be freed from their oppressors, and that Yahuul is ready to give blessings to all who come to him." He closed the scroll and handed it back to the attendant and sat. everyone in the synagogue gazed at him intently. Then he added, "These scriptures came true today." All who were there spoke well of him and were amazed by the marvelous words that came from his lips. "How can this be?" they asked. "Isn't he merely the son of YAOHUSHUA?" Then he said, "Probably you will quote me that proverb, 'Healer, cure yourself,' meaning, why don't you do miracles here in your hometown like those you did in Capernaum? But I solemnly declare to you that no prophet is accepted in his own hometown." For example, remember how YAOHU the prophet used a miracle to help the widow of Zarephath, a foreigner from the land of Sidon. There were many Yahudim widows needing help in those days of famine, for there had been no rain for 3.5 years, and hunger stalked the land. Yet YAOHU was not sent to them. Or think of the prophet YAOHUSHUA, who healed Naaman the Syrian, rather than the many Yahudim lepers needing help. These remarks irked them to fury, and jumping up, they mobbed him and took him to the edge of the hill on which the city was built, to push him over the cliff. But he walked away through the crowd and left them. Then he returned to Capernaum, a city in Galilee, and lectured there in the synagogues every Yom Shabbos. Here too the people were amazed at the matters he declared. For he spoke as one who knew the truth, and not merely quoting the opinions of others as his higher authority. Once, as he was lecturing in the synagogue, a man possessed by an evil spirit began yelling at YAOHUSHUA, "Go away! We want nothing to do with you, YAOHUSHUA from Nazareth. You have come to torture us. I know who you are, the Holy Son of YAOHU'Ul." YAOHUSHUA cut him short. "Be silent," he told the evil spirit. "Come out." The evil spirit threw the man to the floor as the crowd watched, then left him without hurting him further. Amazed, the people asked, "What is in this man's words that even evil spirits obey him?" The report of what he had done spread like wildfire throughout the whole region. After leaving the synagogue that day, he went to Simon's home, where he found Simon's mother-in-law very sick with a high fever. "Please heal her," everyone begged. Approaching her bedside, he spoke to the fever, rebuking it, and immediately her temperature returned to normal, and she rose up and prepared a meal for them. As the sun went down that evening, all the villagers who had any sick people in their homes, no matter what their diseases were, brought them to YAOHUSHUA. And the touch of his hands healed everyone. Some were possessed by evil spirits, and they came out at his command, yelling, "You are the Son of YAOHU'Ul." But because they knew he was YAOHUSHUA, he stopped them and told them to be silent. Early the next morning, he went out into the desert. The crowds searched everywhere for him, and when they finally found him, they begged him not to leave them, but to remain in Capernaum. But he replied, I must proclaim the glorious message of the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA in other places too, for that is why I was sent. So he continued to travel around proclaiming in synagogues all throughout Yehuda. Chapter 5. One day, as he was lecturing on the shore of Lake Nazareth, great crowds surrounded him to hearken to the word of YAOHUSHUA. He noticed 2 empty boats by the water's edge while the fishermen washed their nets. Stepping into one of the boats, YAOHUSHUA asked Caiaphas, who owns it, to push out a little into the water so he could sit upon the boat and speak to the crowds from there. When he had finished speaking, he said to Caiaphas, Now go out where it is deeper and let down your nets, and you will catch a lot of fish. Maor, Caiaphas replied, we worked hard all last night, and we didn't catch a thing. But if you say so, we'll try again. And this time their nets were so full that they began to tear. A shout for help brought their partners who were in the other boat, and soon the 2 boats were filled with fish and on the verge of sinking. When Simon Caiaphas realized what had happened, he fell to his knees before YAOHUSHUA and said, Oh, Maor, please leave us. I'm too much of a sinner for you to have around. For he was amazed by the size of their catch, as were the others with him and his partners too, Yahushua and Yahuchanan, the sons of Zebedee. YAOHUSHUA replied, Don't be afraid. From now on, you'll be fishing for the souls of men. And as soon as they landed, they left everything and went with him. One day, while he was paying a visit to a specific village, there was a man with an advanced case of leprosy. When he saw YAOHUSHUA, he fell face on the ground before him in the dust, begging to be healed. Maor, he said, if only you will, you can clear me of every trace of my disease. YAOHUSHUA reached out and touched the man and said, Of course I will. Be healed. And the leprosy left him quickly. Then YAOHUSHUA told him to go at once, without telling anyone what had happened, and be examined by the Yehudim priest. Offer the sacrifice that the law of YAOHUSHUA requires for lepers who are healed, he said. This will prove to everyone that you have been cured. Now the report of his power spread even quicker, and vast crowds came to hear him proclaim and to be healed of their diseases. But he often withdrew to the wilderness for prayer. One day, while he was lecturing, some Yahudim religious leaders and teachers of the law were nearby upon their seats. It seemed that these guys showed up from every village in all Galilee and Yehuda, as well as from YAOHUSHUA Olain. And Yahu's healing power was upon him. Then, look, some men came carrying a paralyzed man on a sleeping mat. They tried to push their way through the crowd to YAOHUSHUA, but couldn't reach him. So they went up on the roof above him, took off some roofing materials, and lowered the sick man down into the crowd, still on his sleeping mat, right in front of YAOHUSHUA. Observing their fate, YAOHUSHUA said to the man, "My friend, your sins are forgiven." Who does this fellow think he is? The Pharisees and teachers of the law exclaimed among themselves, "This is blasphemy! Who but Yahuwah alone can forgive sins?" YAOHUSHUA knew what they were thinking, and he replied, "Why is it blasphemy? I, YAOHUSHUA, have the authority on earth to forgive sins, but talk is cheap. Anybody could claim that. So I'll prove it to you by healing this man." Then, turning to the paralyzed man, he commanded, "Pick up your sleeping mat and go on home, for you are healed." And immediately, as everyone watched, the man jumped to his feet, picked up his mat, and went home praising Yahuwah. Everyone present was gripped with awe and reverential fear, and they praised Yahuwah, remarking over and over again, "We have witnessed exceptional events today." Later on, as YAOHUSHUA left the town, he saw a tax collector with the usual reputation for cheating manning a tax collection booth. The man's name was Levi. YAOHUSHUA said to him, "Come and be one of my disciples." So Levi left everything, sprang up, and went with him. Soon Levi held a reception in his home with YAOHUSHUA as the guest of honor. Many of Levi's fellow tax collectors and other guests were present. But the Pharisees and teachers of the law complained bitterly to the disciples of YAOHUSHUA about his having a meal with such notorious sinners. YAOHUSHUA answered them, "It is the sick who need a healer, not those in fine health. My purpose is to invite sinners to turn from their sins, not to spend my time with those who think themselves already pure enough." Their next complaint was that the disciples of YAOHUSHUA were regularly on feasts and not on fasts. Yahuchanan, the immerser's disciples, are regularly going without food and praying, they declared, and so do the disciples of the Pharisees. Why are yours whining and dining? YAOHUSHUA asked, "Do happy men fast? Do wedding guests go hungry while celebrating with the groom, but the time will come when the bridegroom will be killed, and then they will fast. When YAOHUSHUA used this object lesson, no one tears off a piece of new garment to make a patch for an old one. Not only will the new garment be ruined, but the old garment will look worse with a new patch on it. And no one puts new wine into old wineskins, for the new wine bursts the old skins, ruining the skins and spilling the wine. New wine must be put into new wineskins, but no one, after drinking the old wine, seems to want the fresh and the new. The old ways are better, they say. Chapter 6. One Shabbos day, as YAOHUSHUA and his disciples were walking through some grain fields, they were breaking off the heads of wheat, rubbing off the husks in their hands, and eating the grains. But some Pharisees said, "That's illegal. Your disciples are reaping grain, and it's against the Yahudi law to work on the day of Shabbos." YAOHUSHUA replied, "Don't you ever read the scriptures? Haven't you ever read what King Daud did? When he and his men were hungry, he went into the temple and took the showbread, the special bread that was placed before Yahuwah, and ate it, illegal as this was, and shared it with others." And YAOHUSHUA declared, "I am the ruler even of the Shabbos day." On another Shabbos, he was in the synagogue lecturing, and a man was present whose right hand was deformed. The teachers of the law and the Pharisees observed closely to see whether he would heal the man that day, since it was a Shabbos day, for they were eager to find some charge to bring against him. How well he knew their thoughts! But he said to the man with the deformed hand, "Come and arise here where everyone can see." And so he did. Then YAOHUSHUA said to the Pharisees and teachers of the law, "I have a query for you. Is it legal to do what is right on Shabbos day, or to do harm, to save life or to ruin it?" He looked around at them one by one, and then said to the man, "Reach out your hand." And as he did, it became completely normal again. At this, the enemies of YAOHUSHUA were wild with rage and began to plot his murder. One day, soon afterwards, he went out into the mountains to pray, and he prayed all night. At daybreak, he called together his followers and selected 12 of them to be the inner circle of his disciples. They were appointed as his emissaries or envoys. Here are their names: Simon, he also called him Cephas; Andron, Simon's brother; Yahuka, Yahuchanan; Philip, Bartholomew, Maniyahu, Thomas, YAOHUSHUA, the son of Alphaeus, Simon, a member of the Zealots, a subversive political party, Yehuda, son of YAOHUSHUA, and Judas Iscariot, who later betrayed him. When they came down the slopes of the mountain, they arose with YAOHUSHUA on a large, level area surrounded by many of his followers who, in turn, were surrounded by the crowds. People from all over Yehuda and from YAOHUSHUA and from as far north as the sea coasts of Tyre and Sidon had come to hear him or to be healed. And he expelled out many evil spirits. Everyone was reaching out to touch him, for when they did, healing power went out from him, and they were cured. Then he turned to his disciples and said, "Blessed be all you who are poor, for yours is the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA. Blessed be all you who hunger now, for you will be satisfied. Blessed be all you who weep now, for you will laugh. Blessed be all you when men and people hate you, when they exclude and insult you and smear your name because you are mine. When that happens, exult, yes, leap with gladness, for you will have a great reward awaiting you in heaven, and you will be in fine company. The ancient prophets were treated that way too. But oh, the sorrows that await the rich, for they have their only happiness while down here. They are fat and prosperous now, but a time of awful hunger awaits before them. Their careless laughter now means sorrow then. And what tribulation is ahead for those raised by the crowds, for false prophets have always been praised. Hearken carefully, all of you. Love your enemies. Be kind to those who hate you. Pray for the happiness of those who curse you. Implore YAOHUSHUA's blessing on those who hurt you. If someone slaps you on one cheek, let him slap the other too. If someone demands your coat, give him your shirt besides. Give what you have to anyone who asks you for it, and when things are taken away from you, don't worry about getting them back. Treat others as you want them to treat you. Do you think you deserve commendation for merely loving those who also love you? Even the wicked do that. And if you are kind only to those who are kind to you, is that so commendable? Even sinners do that much. And if you lend money only to those who can repay you, how meritorious is that? Even the most wicked will lend to their own kind for full return. Love your enemies. Be kind to them. Lend to them, and don't be concerned about the fact that they won't repay. Then your reward from heaven will be very great, and you will be truly acting as children of YAOHUSHUA, the Most High. For He is kind to the ungrateful and to those who are very wicked. Try to show as much compassion as your YAOHUSHUA does. Never criticize nor condemn, or it will all come back on you. Go easy on others, then they will do the same for you. For if you give, you will receive. Your gift will return to you in full, an overflowing measure, pressed together, shaken over to make room for more, and running over. Whatever measure you use to give, large or small, will be used to measure what is given back to you. Here are some of the object lessons YAOHUSHUA included in his lectures. What use is it for one blind man to lead another? He will fall into a ditch and pull the other down with him. How can a pupil know more than his mentor? But if he works hard, he may learn as much. And why quibble about the speck in someone else's eye, his very little fault, when a plank is in your own? How can you think of saying to him, "Brother, let me help you get rid of that speck in your eye," when you can't see past the plank in yours? Hypocrite! First get rid of the plank, and then perhaps you can see well enough to deal with his speck. A tree from fine stock doesn't yield scrub fruit, nor do trees from poor stock yield delectable fruit. A tree is recognized by the kind of fruit it yields. Figs never grow on thorns, or grapes on bramble bushes. An upright person yields noble deeds from a pure heart, and an evil person yields evil deeds from his concealed wickedness. Whatever is in the heart overflows into speech. So why do you call me Mochiul when you won't obey me? But all those who come and hearken and obey me are like a person who builds a house on a secure foundation laid upon the underlying solid rock. When the flood waters rise and break against the house, it endures firmly, for it is securely built. But those who hear but don't obey are like a person who builds a house without a foundation. When the floods sweep down against that house, it crumbles into a heap of ruins. Chapter 7. When YAOHUSHUA had finished his lecture, he went back into the town of Capharnaum. Just about that time, the highly prized slave of a Roman army captain was sick and near death. When the captain heard about YAOHUSHUA, he sent some respected Yahudim elders to request him to come and heal his servant. So they began pleading earnestly with YAOHUSHUA to come with them and help the man. They told him what a noble person the captain was. If anyone deserves your help, it's he, they said, for he loves the Yahudim and even paid out of his own funds to build us a synagogue. YAOHUSHUA went with them, but just before arriving at the house, the captain sent some friends to say, Maor, simply don't inconvenience yourself by coming to my home, for I am not worthy of any such dignity, and even to come and meet you. Just speak a word from where you are, and my servant boy will be healed. I know, because I am under the authority of my superior officers, and I have authority over my men. I only need to say, go, and they go, or come, and they come. And to my servant, do this or that, and he does it. So just say, be healed, and my servant will be well again. YAOHUSHUA was amazed. Turning to the crowd, he said, never among all the Yahudim in Yahusharul have I met a person with faith like this. And when the captain's friends returned to his house, they found the slave completely healed. Not long afterwards, YAOHUSHUA went with his disciples to the village of Nain with the usual great crowd at his heels. A funeral cortege was coming out. As he approached the village gate, the boy who had died was the only son of his widowed mother, and many mourners from the village were with her. When Molchiul YAOHUSHUA saw her, his heart overflowed with sympathy. Don't cry, he said, and then he walked over to the coffin and he touched it, and the bearers stopped. Laddie, he said, come back to life again. And then the boy sat up and began to talk to those around him. And YAOHUSHUA gave him back to his mother. An awesome fear swept through the crowd, and they exclaimed with praises to Yahuul, a mighty prophet has risen among us, and we have seen the hand of Yahuul at work today. The report of what he did that day raced from end to end of Yehuda and even out through the borders. The disciples of Yahuchanan the Immerser soon heard of all that YAOHUSHUA was accomplishing. When they told Yahuchanan about it, he sent two of his disciples to YAOHUSHUA to ask him, are you really Hol Mehushchai, or shall we keep on looking for him? The two disciples found YAOHUSHUA while he was curing many sick people of their various diseases, healing the lame and the blind, and driving out evil spirits. When they asked him Yahuchanan's query, this was his reply: go back to Yahuchanan and tell him, all that you have observed and heard here today. How those who were blind can see, the lame are walking without a limp, the lepers are completely healed, the deaf can hear again, the dead come back to life, and the poor are hearing the glorious message. And tell him, blessed is the person who does not lose faith in me. After they left, YAOHUSHUA talked to the crowd about YAOHUCHANAN. Who is this man you went out into the wilderness of Yehuda to see? He asked. Did you find him weak as grass, moved by every breath of wind? Did you find him clothed in expensive attire? No. People who live in luxury are found in palaces, not out in the wilderness. But did you find a prophet? Yes, and more than a prophet. He is the one to whom the scriptures refer when they say, Look, I am to send my emissary ahead of you to prepare the way before you. In all humanity, there is no one greater than YAOHUCHANAN, and yet the least citizen of the kingdom of Yahuul is greater than him. And all who heard YAOHUCHANAN proclaim, even the most wicked of them, agreed that Yahuul's requirements were right, and they were immersed by him. All, that is, except the Pharisees and the teachers of the law of YAOHUSHUA, they rejected Yahuul's plan for them and refused the immersion of YAOHUCHANAN. What can I say about such men? YAOHUSHUA asked. With what shall I compare them? They are like a group of children who complain to their friends, You don't like it if we play wedding, and you don't like it if we play funeral. For YAOHUCHANAN the immerser used to go without food and never took a drop of liquor all his life, and you said he must be crazy. But I eat my food and drink my wine, and you say, What a glutton this YAOHUSHUA is. And he drinks, and has the lowest sort of friends. But I'm sure you can always justify your conflicting statements. One of the Pharisees asked YAOHUSHUA to come to his home for lunch, and YAOHUSHUA accepted the invitation. And as they gathered down to eat, a woman of the alleys, a prostitute, heard he was right there and brought an exquisite flask filled with expensive perfume. Going in, she knelt behind him at his feet, weeping, with her tears falling down upon his feet, and she wiped them off with her hair, and kissed them, and poured the perfume on them. When the host of YAOHUSHUA, a Pharisee, saw what was happening, and who the woman was, he said to himself, This proves that YAOHUSHUA is no prophet at all. For if Yahuul had really sent him, he would know what kind of a woman this one is. Then YAOHUSHUA spoke up and answered his thoughts. "Simon," he said to the Pharisee, "I have something to say to you." "All right, Mauro," Simon replied, "please go ahead." Then YAOHUSHUA told him this object lesson. A man loaned money to two people, $5,000 to one and $500 to the other. But neither of them could pay him back, so he kindly forgave them both, letting them keep the money. Which do you suppose loved him most after that? "I suppose the one who had owed him the most," Simon answered. "Correct," YAOHUSHUA agreed. And then he turned to the woman and said to Simon, "Look, see this woman kneeling here? When I entered your home, you didn't bother to offer me water to wash the dust from my feet, but she has washed them with her tears and wiped them with her hair. You refused me the customary kiss of greeting, but she has kissed my feet again and again from the time I first came in. You neglected the usual courtesy of olive oil to anoint my head, but she has covered my feet with rare perfume. Therefore, her sins, and they are many, are forgiven, for she loved me much. But one who is forgiven little shows little love." And he said to her, "Your sins are forgiven." Then the men at the table said to themselves, "Who does this man think he is, going around forgiving sins?" And YAOHUSHUA said to the woman, "Your faith has saved you. Go in peace." Chapter 8. Not long afterwards, he, YAOHUSHUA, began a tour of the towns and villages of Galilee to announce the coming of the kingdom of Yahuwah, and took his 12 disciples with him. Some women went along, from whom he had expelled evil spirits, or whom he had healed. Among them were Mauro of Magdala. YAOHUSHUA had expelled 7 evil spirits from her. Elkanah, Cusa's wife. Cusa was King Herod's business manager and was in charge of his palace and domestic affairs. Susanna and many others who were contributing from their private means to the support of YAOHUSHUA and his disciples. One day he gave this object lesson to a large crowd that was gathering to hear him, while many others were still on the way, coming from the other towns. A farmer went out to his field to sow grain. As he scattered the seed upon the ground, some of it fell on a footpath and was eventually trampled on, and the birds came and ate it as it lay exposed. Other seed fell on shallow soil with rock beneath. This seed began to grow, but soon withered and died for lack of water. Other seed landed in thistle patches and the young grain stalks were soon choked out. Still, other fell on fertile soil. This seed grew and yielded a crop 100 times as large as he had planted. As he was giving this example, he said, "If anyone has hearkening ears, use them now." His emissaries asked him what the parable meant. He replied, "YAOHUSHUA has granted you to know the meaning of these parables, for they tell a great deal about the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA. But these crowds hear the words and do not comprehend, just like the ancient prophets predicted." This is its meaning. The seed is YAOHUSHUA's message to man. The hard path where some seed fell represents the hard hearts of those who hear the words of YAOHUSHUA, but then Satan comes and steals the words away and prevents people from believing and being saved. The hard ground represents those who take delight upon hearing the messages, but somehow the message doesn't really get through to them and never take root and grow. They know the message is absolutely true and sort of believe for a while, but when the hot winds of persecution blow, their interest quickly subsides. The seed among the thorns represents those who hearken to and believe YAOHUSHUA's words, whose faith later on is choked out by worry and riches and the responsibilities and pleasures of life. And so they are never able to help anyone else to believe the glorious message. But the fertile soil represents honest, kind-hearted people. They hearken to YAOHUSHUA's words and cling to them and continually spread them to others who also soon believe. Another time he asked, "Who ever heard of someone lighting a lamp and then covering it up to keep it from glowing?" No, lamps are mounted in the open where they can be seen. This exemplifies the fact that someday everything in people's hearts shall be brought to light and made plain to all. Be careful, therefore, how you hear, for whoever has, to him shall be given more, and to whoever does not have, even what he thinks he has shall be taken away from him. Once, when his mother and brothers came to see him, they couldn't get into the house where he was teaching because of the crowds. When YAOHUSHUA heard they were waiting outside, keen on meeting him, he remarked, "My mother and my brethren are all those who hear the message of YAOHUSHUA and obey it." One day, about that time, as he and his disciples were out in a boat, he determined that they go to the other side of the lake. While on their way, he lay down for a nap, and while he was sleeping, the wind began to intensify. A fierce tempest developed that threatened to swamp them, and they were in real danger. They rushed over and woke him up. "Old Murul, we are sinking," they hollered. So he spoke to the tempest. "Quiet down," he said, and the wind and waves abated, and all was calm. Then he asked them, "Where is your faith?" And they were filled with awe and reverential fear of him, and said to one another, "Who is this man that even the winds and waves quickly obey him?" So they arrived at the other side of the Gerasene country, on the other side of the lake from Galilee. As he was climbing out of the boat, a man from the city of Gadara came to meet him, a man who had been possessed by an evil spirit for a long time. Homeless and naked, he lived in a cemetery among the tombs. As soon as he saw YAOHUSHUA, he shrieked and fell to the ground before him, screaming, "What do you want with me, YAOHUSHUA, son of YAOHUSHUA? Please, I beg you, oh, don't torment me." For YAOHUSHUA was already commanding the evil spirit to leave him. This evil spirit had often taken control of the man, so even when shackled with chains, he simply broke them and rushed out into the desert, completely under the evil spirit's power. "What's your name?" YAOHUSHUA asked the evil spirit. "Legion," they replied, for the man was filled with thousands of them. They kept begging YAOHUSHUA not to order them into the bottomless pit. A herd of pigs was feeding on the mountainside nearby, and the evil spirits pled with him to let them enter into the pigs. And YAOHUSHUA said they could. And so they left the man and went into the pigs, and immediately the whole herd stampeded down the mountainside and fell over a cliff into the lake below, where they drowned. The herdsmen rushed away to the nearby city, spreading the report as they ran. Soon a crowd came out to see for themselves what had happened, and saw the man who had been possessed by evil spirits, who now sits quietly by the feet of YAOHUSHUA, clothed and sane. And the whole crowd was terribly frightened. Then those who had seen it happen told how the man possessed by evil spirits had been healed. And everyone begged YAOHUSHUA to go away and leave them alone, for a deep wave of fear had swept over them. So he returned to the boat and left, sailing back to the other side of the lake. The man who had been possessed by evil spirits begged to go on too, but YAOHUSHUA replied negatively. "Go back to your family," he told him, "and tell them what an amazing miracle YAOHUSHUA has performed for you." So he went all through the town, telling everyone about the mighty wonders YAOHUSHUA did for him. On the other side of the lake, the crowds received him with open arms, for they had been waiting for him. And now a man named Yaoron, a leader of the Yahudim synagogue, came and fell down at the feet of YAOHUSHUA and begged him to come home with him, for his only child was dying, a little girl 12 years old. YAOHUSHUA went with him, pressing through the crowds. As they went, a woman who wanted to be healed came up behind and touched him, for she had been slowly bleeding for 12 years and could find no cure, though she had spent everything she had on doctors. But the moment she touched the edge of his robe, the bleeding stopped. "Who touched me?" YAOHUSHUA asked. Everyone denied it, and Kaphos said, "Od Murul, so many are crowding against you." But YAOHUSHUA told him, "No, it was someone who deliberately touched me, for I felt healing power go out from me." When the woman realized that YAOHUSHUA knew, she began to tremble and fell on her knees before him and told why she had touched him and that now she was well. "Daughter," he said to her, "your faith has healed you. Go in peace." While he was still speaking to her, an orderly arrived from Yaoron's home with the report that the little girl was dead. "She's gone," he told her father. "There's no use troubling the Mauro now." But when YAOHUSHUA heard what had happened, he said to the father, "Don't be afraid. Trust me, and she'll be all right." When they arrived at the house, YAOHUSHUA wouldn't let anyone into the room except Kaphos, Yahuchanan, and the little girl's father and mother. The home was filled with mourning people, but he said, "Stop the weeping. She isn't dead, she's only asleep." This brought scoffing and laughter, for they all knew she was dead. Then he took her by the hand and called, "Get up, little girl." And at that moment her life returned and she jumped up. "Give her something to eat," he said. Her parents were exhilarated with happiness, but YAOHUSHUA emphatically told them not to tell anyone the details of what had happened. Chapter 9. One day, YAOHUSHUA called together his 12 emissaries and gave them authority over all evil spirits, power to cast them out and to heal all kinds of diseases. Then he sent them on their way to tell everyone about the kingdom of Yahuul and its coming, and to heal the sick. "Don't even take along a walking stick," he told them, "nor a beggar's bag, nor food, nor money, not even an additional coat. Only in one home at each village shall you remain as a guest. if the people of a town won't hearken to you when you enter it, turn around and leave, showing YAOHUSHUA's anger against it by shaking its dust from your feet as you go." So they began their circuit journey of the villages, proclaiming the glorious message and healing the sick. When reports of the miracles of YAOHUSHUA reached Herod the governor, he was worried and puzzled, for some were saying, "This is Yahuchanan the Immerser come back to life again," and others, "It is Eliyahu or some other ancient prophet risen from the dead." These rumors were circulating all over the land. "I beheaded Yahuchanan," Herod said. "So who is this man about whom I hear such exceptional reports?" And he tried to see him. After the emissaries returned to YAOHUSHUA and reported what they had done, he slipped quietly away with them toward the city of Bethsaida. But the crowds found out where he was going and followed, and he welcomed them, teaching them again about the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA and curing those who were ill. Late in the afternoon, all 12 of the disciples came and urged him to send the people away to the nearby villages and farms to find food and lodging for the night. "For there's nothing to eat here in this remote place," they said. But YAOHUSHUA replied, "You feed them." "Why, we have only 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish among the lot of us," they exclaimed. "Or are you expecting us to go and buy enough for this whole crowd?" For there were about 5,000 men there. "Simply tell them to take their seat upon the ground in groups of about 50 each," YAOHUSHUA replied, and so they did. YAOHUSHUA took the 5 loaves and 2 fish and looked up into the sky and gave Hodayah. Then he broke off pieces for his disciples to set them before the crowd. And everyone ate and ate. Still 12 basketfuls of scraps were picked up afterwards. One day, as he was alone praying with his disciples nearby, he came over and asked them, "Who are the people saying I am?" "Yahuchanan the Immerser," they told him, "or perhaps Eliyahu, or one of the other ancient prophets risen from the dead." Then he asked them, "Who do you think I am?" Tapos replied, "Paul Mehushchai, the Messiah of YAOHUSHUA." And he gave them solemn orders not to speak of this to anyone. "For I, Paul Mehushchai, must suffer much," he said, "and be rejected by the Yahudim leaders, the elders, chief priests, and teachers of the law, and be killed, and 3 days later I will come back to life again." Then he said to all, "Anyone who wants to follow me must put aside his own desires and conveniences and carry his stake with him every day and keep close to me. Whoever loses his life for my sake will save it, but whoever insists on keeping his life will lose it. And what profit does one get even if he gains the whole world when it means forfeiting his own soul? When I, YAOHUSHUA, come in my glory and in the glory of YAOHUSHUA and the holy angels, I will be ashamed then of all who are ashamed of me and of my words now. But this is the simple truth. Some of you who are arisen here right now will not die until you have seen the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA. 8 days later, he took Paphos, YAOHUKAPH, and YAOHUCHANAN with him into the hills to pray. And as he was praying, his face began to shine, and his clothes became dazzling white and blazed with light. Then 2 men appeared and began talking with him, YAOHUSHUA and YAOHU. They were splendid in appearance, glorious to see, and they were speaking of his death at YAOHUSHUA to be carried out in accordance with Yahuwah's plan. Paphos and the others had been very drowsy and had fallen asleep. Now they woke up and saw YAOHUSHUA covered with brightness and glory, and the 2 men arisen with him. As YAOHUSHUA and YAOHU were about to leave, Paphos, all confused, not even knowing what he was saying, blurted out, "Molchiul, this is really amazing. We'll put up 3 tabernacles, one for you, and one for YAOHUSHUA, and one for YAOHU." But even as he was saying this, a bright cloud formed about them, and terror gripped them as it covered them. And a voice from the cloud said, "This is my son, my select one, hearken to him." Then, as the voice quieted away, YAOHUSHUA was alone there with his disciples, and they didn't tell anyone what they had seen until long afterwards. The next day, as they came down from the hill, a huge crowd met him, and a man in the crowd called out to him, "Mauro, this boy here is my only son, and an evil spirit keeps taking control of him, making him scream, and it throws him into convulsions, so he foams at the mouth. It is always hitting him and hardly ever leaves him alone. I begged your disciples to cast the evil spirit out, but they couldn't." "O stubborn, faithless people," YAOHUSHUA said to his disciples, "how long should I put up with you? Bring him here." As the boy was coming, the evil spirit knocked him to the ground and threw him into a violent convulsion. But YAOHUSHUA ordered the evil spirit to come out and healed the boy and handed him over to his father. Awe gripped the people as they saw this display of the power of YAOHUSHUA. Meanwhile, as they were exclaiming over all the amazing miracles he was performing, YAOHUSHUA said to his disciples, "Hearken unto me, and remember what I say. I, YAOHUSHUA, am going to be betrayed." But the disciples didn't know what he meant, for their minds had been sealed, and they were afraid to ask him. Now came an argument among them as to which of them would be the greatest in the coming kingdom. But YAOHUSHUA knew their thoughts, so he took a little child beside him and said to them, "Anyone who takes care of a little child like this is caring for me. And whoever cares for me is caring for YAOHUSHUA who sent me. Your care for others is the measure of your greatness." His disciple Yohanan came to him and said, "Molchiul, we saw someone using your shuam to expel out evil spirits, and we told him not to. After all, he doesn't belong to our group." But YAOHUSHUA said, "You should not have done that, for anyone who is not against you is for you." As the time drew near for his going back to heaven, he moved shiftlessly onward toward YAOHUSHUA with an iron will. One day he sent his representatives ahead to reserve rooms for them in a village in Shwamor Yahu, but they were turned away. The people of the village refused to have anything to do with them because they were headed for YAOHUSHUA. When word came back of what had happened, YAOHUKAF and YAOHUKANAM said to YAOHUSHUA, "Molchiul, shall we order fire down from heaven to burn them up?" But YAOHUSHUA turned and rebuked them, and they went on to another village. As they were walking along, someone said to YAOHUSHUA, "I will always follow you no matter where you go." But YAOHUSHUA replied, "Remember, I don't even own a place to lay my head. Foxes have dens to live in, and birds have nests. But I, YAOHUSHUA, have no earthly home at all." Another time, when he invited a man to come with him and to be his disciple, the man agreed but wanted to wait until the death of his father. YAOHUSHUA replied, "Let those without eternal life concern themselves with matters like that. Your duty is to come and proclaim the coming of the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA to all the world." And another said, "Yes, Molchiul, I will come, but first let me ask permission of those at home." But YAOHUSHUA told him, "Anyone who lets himself be diverted from the work I plan for him is not fit for the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA." Chapter 10. Molchiul YAOHUSHUA now selected 70 other disciples and sent them on ahead in pairs to all the towns and villages he planned to visit later. These were his clear directions to them. Plead with YAOHUSHUA of the harvest to send out more laborers to help you. For the harvest is so plentiful, and yet the workers so few. Go now and remember that I'm dispatching you out like lambs among wolves. Don't take any money with you, or a beggar's bag, or even an additional pair of sandals. And don't waste time along the way. Whenever you enter a home, give it your blessing. If it's worthy of a blessing, the blessing will remain, and if not, the blessing will return to you. When you enter a village, don't shift around from house to house, but remain in one place. And there eat and drink without asking queries about whatever is set before you. And don't hesitate to accept hospitality, for the workman is worthy of his wages. If a town welcomes you, follow these 2 rules. Eat whatever is set before you, heal the sick, and as you heal them, say, "The kingdom of YAOHUSHUA is very near you now." But if a town refuses you, go out into its roads and say, "We wipe the dust of your town from our feet as a public announcement of your doom." Never forget how close you were to the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA. Even wicked Sodom will be better off than such a place on Judgment Day. What horrors await you, you cities of Chorazin and Bethsaida! For if the miracles I did for you had been done in the cities of Tyre and Sidon, their people would have sat with deep repentance long ago, clothed in sackcloth and throwing ashes on their heads to show their remorse. Surely Tyre and Sidon will receive less punishment on Judgment Day than you. And you people of Capharnaum, what shall I say about you? Will you be lifted up to heaven? No, you shall be brought down to hell. Then he said to the disciples, "Those who welcome you are welcoming me, and those who reject you are rejecting me. And those who reject me are rejecting YAOHUSHUA who sent me." When the 70 disciples returned, they cheerfully and gladly reported to him, "Even the evil spirits obey us when we use your Shuam name." Yes, he told them, "I saw Satan falling from heaven like a flash of lightning. And I have given you authority over all the power of the enemy, and to walk among serpents and scorpions, and to crush them. Nothing shall by any means harm you." However, the important matter is not that evil spirits obey you, but that your names are officially recorded as citizens of heaven. Then he was filled with gladness of the YAOHUSHUA and said, "I praise you, YAOHUSHUA, the supreme ruler of all heaven and earth, for hiding these matters from the intellectuals and worldly wise, and for revealing them to those who have faith like little children. Yes, Hodayo, YAOHUSHUA, for that is the way you wanted it. I am the agent of YAOHUSHUA in everything, and no one really knows Habor, son, except YAOHUSHUA, and no one really knows YAOHUSHUA except Habor, and those to whom Habor decides to reveal him. Then, turning to the 12 disciples, he said quietly, "How privileged you are to see what you have seen. Many a prophet and king of old has longed for these days to see and hear what you have seen and heard." One day, an expert on the laws of YAOHUSHUA came to test the orthodoxy of YAOHUSHUA by asking this query: "Mauro, what does a man need to do to live forever in heaven?" YAOHUSHUA replied, "What does the law of YAOHUSHUA say about it?" "It says," he replied, "that you must love YAOHUSHUA, your Creator, with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your vigor, and with all your mind. And you must love your neighbor just as much as you love yourself." "Correct," YAOHUSHUA told him. "Do this, and you shall live." The man wanted to justify his lack of love for some kinds of people, so he asked, "Which neighbors?" YAOHUSHUA replied with an object lesson. A Yahudi going on a trip from YAOHUSHUA to Jericho was attacked by bandits. They robbed him of his clothes and money and beat him up and left him lying half dead beside the road. By chance, a Yahudi priest came along, and when he saw the man lying there, he shifted to the other side of the road and passed him by. A Yahudi temple auxiliary walked over and looked at him lying there, but then went on. But a despised Shomroni came along, and when he saw him, he felt deep pity, and kneeling beside him, the Shomroni treated his wounds with medications and bandaged them. Then he put the man on his donkey and walked along beside him till they came to an inn where he nursed him through the night. The next day, he handed the innkeeper 2 $20 bills and told him to take care of the man. "If his bill runs higher than that," he said, "I'll pay the difference the next time I'm here." Now, which among the three would you say was a neighbor to the bandit's victim? The man replied, "The one who showed him some pity." Then YAOHUSHUA said, "Yes, now go and do the same." As YAOHUSHUA and the disciples continued on their way to YAOHUSHUA Lane, they came to a village where a woman named Martha welcomed them into her home. Her female sibling, Mauro sat upon the floor, hearkening to YAOHUSHUA while he talked. But Martha was the jittery type and was worrying over the big dinner she was preparing. She came to YAOHUSHUA and said, "Maor, doesn't it seem unfair to you that my sibling just sits here while I do all the work? Tell her please to come and help me." But Malchiul YAOHUSHUA said to her, "Martha, dear friend, you are so upset over all these details. There's really only one matter worth being concerned about, and Mauro M. has discovered it, and I won't take it away from her." Chapter 11. Once when YAOHUSHUA had been out praying, one of his disciples came to him as he finished. Them said, "Malchiul, teach us a prayer to recite, just as Yahuchanan taught one to his disciples." And this is the prayer he taught them. Yahu Abihul, may your shuam be honored for its holiness. May your kingdom come soon. Please give us our food day by day, and forgive our sins, for we have forgiven those who sinned against us. And don't allow us to be tempted. Then, teaching them more about prayer, he used this example. Suppose you went to a friend's house at midnight, wanting to borrow 3 loaves of bread. You would shout up to him, "A friend of mine has just came for a visit, I've nothing to give him to eat." He would call down from his bedroom, "Don't ask me to get up, please. The door is locked for the night, and we are all in bed. I just can't help you this time. But I'll tell you this, though he won't do it as a friend, if you keep knocking long enough, he will get up and give you everything you want just because of your perseverance." And so it is with prayer. Keep on asking, and you will keep on receiving. Keep on looking, and you will keep on finding. Knock, and the door will be opened. Everyone who asks receives. All who seek find. And the door is opened to everyone who knocks. You men who are fathers, if your child asks for bread, do you give him a rock? If he asks for fish, do you give him a snake? Or if he asks for an egg, do you give him a scorpion? Absolutely not. And if even sinful persons like yourselves give children what they need, don't you realize that your heavenly Yahuwah will do at least as much and give the YAOHUSHUA, sanctified spirit of Yahuwah, to those who ask for him? Once when YAOHUSHUA expelled an evil spirit from a man who couldn't speak, his speech returned to him. The crowd was exhilarated and were very eager, but some said, "No wonder he can cast them out. He gets his power from Baal Zebub, the chief of evil spirits." Others asked for something to happen in the sky to prove his claim of being YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah. He knew the thoughts of each of them, and so he said, "Any kingdom filled with civil war is doomed. So is a home filled with internal division and conflict. Therefore, if what you say is correct, that Hasatan is fighting against himself by empowering me to drive out his evil spirits, how can his kingdom survive? And if I am empowered by Hasatan, what about your own followers? For they drive out evil spirits too. Do you think this proves they are possessed by Hasatan also? Ask them if you are correct. But if I am expelling evil spirits because of power from YAOHUSHUA, it proves that the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA has arrived. For when Hasatan, tough and fully armed, guards his palace, it is safe, until someone more powerful and better armed attacks and overcomes him, and rids him of his weapons and carries off his belongings. Anyone who is not for me is against me. If he isn't helping me, he is hurting my cause. When an evil spirit is driven out of a man, it goes to the deserts, searching there for rest. But finding none, it returns to the person it left, and finds that its former home is all swept and clean. Then it goes and gets 7 other evil spirits, more evil than itself, and they all enter the man, and so the poor fellow is 7 times worse off compared to what he was before. As he was speaking, a woman in the crowd called out, "Malchiul, bless your mother, the womb from which you came, and the breasts that gave you suck." He replied, "Yes, but even more blessed are all who hear the word of YAOHUSHUA and put it into practice." As the crowd pressed upon him, he gave them this message: "These are evil times with evil people. They keep on asking for some unusual occurrences in the skies to prove I am the Messiah, YAOHUSHUA. But the only proof I will give them is a miracle like that of YAOHUNA, whose experiences proved to the people of Nineveh that YAOHUSHUA had truly sent him. My similar experience will prove that YAOHUSHUA has sent me to these people. And at the judgment day, the Queen of Sheba shall arise and point her finger at this generation, condemning it, for she went on a long, difficult journey to hearken to the wisdom of Shlomo, but one far greater than Shlomo is here, but only a few take serious heed. The men of Nineveh, too, shall arise and condemn this nation, for they repented at the warnings of YAOHUNA, and someone far greater than YAOHUNA is here, but this nation won't hearken. No one lights a lamp and hides it. On the contrary, he puts it on a lamp holder to give light to all who enter the room. Your eyes light up your inward being. A pure eye lets sunlight into your soul. A lust lustful eye shuts out the light and plunges you into darkness. So watch out that the sunlight isn't blotted out. If you are filled with light within, with no dark corners, then your face will be radiant too, as though a floodlight is beamed upon you. As he was speaking, one of the Pharisees asked him home for a meal. When YAOHUSHUA arrived, he sat to eat without first performing the ceremonial washing required by Yahudi custom. This greatly surprised his host. Then YAOHUSHUA said to him, "You Pharisees wash the outside, but inside you are still dirty, full of greed and wickedness. Fools! Didn't YAOHUSHUA make the inside as well as the outside? Purity is best shown by generosity. Oi to you, Pharisees, for though you are careful to tithe even the smallest part of your income, you completely forget about justice and the love of YAOHUSHUA. You should tithe, yes, but you should not neglect the other important matters. Oi to you, Pharisees, for how you love the seats of honor in the synagogues and the respectful greetings from everyone as you walk through the midst. Yes, awesome judgment is awaiting you, for you are like hidden graves in a field. People go by you with no knowledge of the corruption they are passing." "Maor," exclaimed an expert in religious law who was around, "you have degraded my profession too in what you just said." "Yes," said YAOHUSHUA, "the same horrors await you. For you crush people beneath impossible religious demands that you yourselves would never think of trying to keep. Oi to you, for you are exactly like your forefathers who killed the prophets long ago. Murderers, you agree with your fathers that what they did was right. You would have done the same yourselves. This is what YAOHUSHUA says about you. I will send prophets and emissaries to you, and you will kill some of them and chase away the others. And you of this generation will be held responsible for the murder of YAOHUSHUA's servants from the founding of the world, from the murder of Abiul to the murder of Zechariah, who perished between the altar and the temple. Yes, it will surely be charged against you. Oi to you, experts in religion, for you hide the truth from the people, you won't accept it for yourselves, and you prevent others from having a chance to believe it. The Pharisees and legal experts were furious, and from that time on they plied him fiercely with a host of queries, trying to trap him into saying something for which they could have him apprehended. Chapter 12. Meanwhile, the crowds grew until thousands upon thousands were milling about and crushing one another. He turned now to his disciples and warned them, "More than anything else, Beware of the Pharisees and the way they pretend to be upright when they aren't. But such hypocrisy cannot be hidden forever. It will become as evident as leaven in dough. Whatever they have spoken in the dark shall be heard in the light, and what you have whispered in the inner rooms shall be broadcast from the housetops for all to hear. Dear friends, never be afraid of these who want to murder you. They can only kill the body, yet they have no power over your souls. But I'll tell you whom to fear. Fear YAOHUSHUA, who has the power to kill and then hurl into hell. What is the price of 5 sparrows? A couple of shekalim? Not much more than that. Yet YAOHUSHUA does not forget a single one of them, and he knows the number of hairs on your head. Never fear. You are far more valuable to him than a whole flock of sparrows. And I assure you of this, I, YAOHUSHUA, will publicly honor you in the presence of YAOHUSHUA's angels if you publicly acknowledge me here on earth as your friend. But I will deny before the angels those who deny me here among men. Yet those who speak against me may be forgiven, while those who speak against the YAOHUSHUA, Holy Spirit of YAOHUSHUA, shall never be forgiven. And when you are brought to trial before this Yahudim rulers and authorities in the synagogues, don't be concerned about what to say in your defense, for the YAOHUSHUA will give you the right words even as you are there in their presence. Then someone called from the crowd, Maor, kindly tell my brother to divide my father's estate with me. But YAOHUSHUA replied, Men, who made me a judge over you to decide such matters like that? Beware, don't always be wishing for what you don't have. For real life and real living are not related to how rich we are. Then he gave an example. A rich man had a fertile farm that yielded fine crops. In fact, his barns were full to overflowing. He couldn't get everything in. He thought about his problem and finally exclaimed, I know. I'll tear down my barns and build bigger ones. Then I'll have room enough, and I'll sit back and say to myself, Friend, you have enough hoarded away for years to come. Now, take it easy. Wine, women, and song for you. But YAOHUSHUA said to him, Fool, tonight you die. Then who will get it all? Yes, every person is stupid who gets rich on earth, but not in heaven. Then, turning to his disciples, he said, Never worry about whether you have enough food to eat or clothes to wear. For life consists of far more than food and clothes. Look at the ravens. They don't plant nor harvest, nor have barns to keep away their food, and yet they get along all right. For YAOHUSHUA feeds them, and you are far more valuable to him than birds. And besides, what's the use of worrying? What benefit does it give? Will it add a single day to your life? Absolutely not. And if worry can't even do such small matters like that, what's the use of worrying over bigger matters? Look at the lilies. They never toil nor spin, and yet YAOHUSHUA in all his glory was not robed as well as they are. And if YAOHUSHUA provides clothing for the flowers that are here today and gone tomorrow, don't you suppose that he will provide clothing for you, you doubters? And don't worry about food, what to eat and drink. Don't worry at all that YAOHUSHUA will provide it for you. All mankind scratches for its daily bread, but your heavenly YAOHUSHUA knows your every need. He will always give you all you need from day to day if you will only give the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA your top priority. So never be afraid, little flock, for it gives your YAOHUSHUA much gladness to give you the kingdom. Sell what you have and give to those in need. This will enlarge your purses in heaven. And the purses of heaven have no rips or holes in them. Your treasures there will never disappear. No thief can loot them out. No moth can ruin them. And wherever your treasure is, there your heart and thoughts will also be. Be prepared in proper attire and ready for the return of your Molchiul from the wedding feast. So you'll be ready to open the door and let him in the moment he arrives and knocks. There will be great happiness for those who are ready and waiting for his oncoming return. He himself will seat them and put on a waiter's uniform and serve them as they sit to eat. He may come at 9 o'clock at night or even at midnight, but whenever he comes, there will be gladness for his servants who are ready. Everyone would be ready for him if they knew the exact hour of his return, just as they would be ready for a thief if they knew when he was coming. So be ready all the time, for I, YAOHUSHUA, will come when least expected. Kafos asked, Molchiul, are you talking just to us or to everyone else? And YAOHUSHUA replied, I'm talking to any faithful, sensible person whose boss gives him the responsibility of feeding the other servants. If his boss returns and finds that he has finished a fine job, there will be a reward. His boss will put him in charge of all he owns. But if that person begins to think, my boss won't be back for a long time, and begins to whip the men and women he is supposed to protect, and to spend his time at drinking parties and in drunkenness, well, his boss will return without notice and remove him from his rank of trust. Gum forthwith assign him to the place of the unfaithful. He will be severely punished, for though he knew his duty, he refused to do it. But anyone who is not aware that he is committing wrong will be punished only lightly. Much is required from those to whom much is given, for their responsibility is greater. I have come to bring fire to the earth, and oh, that my task were completed. A terrible baptism ahead of me lies, and how I am pent up until it is accomplished. Do you think I have come to give peace to the earth? No, rather controversy and division. From now on, families will be split apart, 3 in favor of me and 2 against, or perhaps the other way around. A father will decide this way about me, his son the other. Mother and daughter will disagree, and the conclusion of an honored mother-in-law will be spurned by her daughter-in-law. Then he turned to the crowd and said, "When you see clouds beginning to form in the west, you say, 'Here comes a shower,' and you are right. When the south wind blows, you say, 'Today will be a scorcher,' and it is." Hypocrites, you interpret the sky well enough, but you refuse to notice the warnings all around you about the crisis ahead. Why do you refuse to see for yourselves what is right? If you meet your accuser on the way to court, try to resolve the matter before it reaches the judge, lest he condemn you to jail. For if that happens, you won't be free again until the last cent is paid in full. Chapter 13. About this time, he was informed that Pilate had butchered some Yahudim from Galilee as they were sacrificing at the temple in YAOHUSHUA lane. Do you think they were worse sinners than other men from Galilee? He asked. Is that why they suffered? Not at all. And don't you realize that you also will perish unless you leave your evil ways and turn to Yahuwah? And what about the 18 men who died when the tower of Siloam fell on them? Were they the worst sinners in YAOHUSHUA lane? Not at all. And you too will perish unless you repent. Then he used this example. A man planted a fig tree in his garden and came again and again to see if he could find any fruit on it, but he was always disappointed. Finally, he told his gardener to cut it down. "I've waited 3 years and there hasn't been a single fig," he said. "Why bother with it any longer? It's taking up space we can use for something else." "Give it one more chance," the gardener answered. "Leave it for another year and I'll give it special care and plenty of fertilizer. If we get figs this coming year, fine. If not, I'll cut it down. One Shabbos day, as he was lecturing in a synagogue, he saw a seriously handicapped woman who had been bent double for 18 years and was unable to erect herself directly. Calling her over to him, YAOHUSHUA said, "Woman, you are healed of your sickness." He touched her, and immediately she could rise uprightly. How she praised was grateful to YAOHU'ul. But the local Yahudi leader in charge of the synagogue was very angry about it because YAOHUSHUA had healed her on the day of Shabbos. "There are 6 days of the week to work," he yelled to the crowd. "Those are the days to come for healing, not on the Shabbos." But Mochiul, YAOHUSHUA replied, "You hypocrite! You work on the Shabbos day too. Don't you untie your cattle from their enclosures on the Shabbos and leave them out for water? And is it improper for me, just because it is the Shabbos day, to free this Yahudiya woman from the bondage in which Hasatan has held her for 18 years?" This shamed his enemies, and all the people were glad at the amazing miracles he did. Now he began lecturing them again about the kingdom of YAOHU'ul. "What is the kingdom like?" he asked. "How can I exemplify it? It is like a tiny cardal seed planted in a garden. Soon it grows into a tall bush, and the birds live among its branches. It is like yeast kneaded into dough, which works unseen until it has risen high and light." He went from city to city and village to village, lecturing as he went, always pressing onward toward YAOHUSHUA Ole. Someone asked him, "Will only a few be saved?" And he replied, "The door to heaven is narrow. Work hard to get in, for the truth is that many will try to enter, but when the head of the house has locked the door, it will be too late. Then if you are outside knocking and pleading, 'Mochiul, please open the door for us,' he will reply, 'I do not know you.' 'But we ate with you, and you talked along our roads,' you'll say. And he will reply, 'I'll tell you, I don't know you. You cannot come in here guilty as you are. Go away.' And there will be much weeping and gnashing of teeth as you remain outside watching Abraham, Yahutzkak, Yahuhukak, and all the prophets within the kingdom of YAOHU'ul, for people will come from all over the world to take their places over there. And note this, some who are despised now will be greatly honored then, and some who are highly regarded now will be least important then." A few minutes later, some Pharisees said to him, "Get out of here if you want to live, for King Herod is after you." YAOHUSHUA replied, "Go tell that fox that I will keep on expelling evil spirits and doing miracles of healing today and tomorrow, and on the third day I will reach my goal." Yes, today, tomorrow, and the next day. For it wouldn't do for a prophet of YAOHUSHUA to be killed except right in YAOHUSHUA Ole. Oh, YAOHUSHUA Ole, YAOHUSHUA Ole, the city that murders the prophets, the city that throws ebanim of those sent to help her. How often I have wanted to gather your children together, even as a hen protects her brood under her wings, but you wouldn't let me. And now your house is left desolate, and you will never again see me until you say, "Blessed is he who comes in the Shuam of YAOHUSHUA." Chapter 14. One day of Shabbos, as he was in the home of a member of the Yahudi council, the Pharisees were watching him like hawks to see if he would heal a man present who was suffering from dropsy. YAOHUSHUA said to the Pharisees and legal experts gazing around, "Well, is it lawful to heal a man on the day of Shabbos or not?" And when they refused to answer, YAOHUSHUA took the sick man by the hand and healed him and sent him on his way. Then he turned to them, "Which of you doesn't work on the day of Shabbos?" he asked. "If your cow falls into a pit, don't you proceed quickly to get it out?" Again they had no answer. When he noticed that all who came to the dinner were trying to sit by the head of the table, he gave them this advice: "If you are invited to a wedding feast, never always head for the best seat. For if someone more respected than you shows up, the host will bring him over to where you are in your seat, saying, 'Let this man take your seat.' You, being embarrassed, will have to take whatever seat is left at the foot of the table. On the contrary, do this: begin at the foot, and when your host sees you, he will come and say, 'Friend, we have a better place compared to this for you.' Thus you will be honored in front of all the other guests. For everyone who tries to honor himself shall be humbled, and he who humbles himself shall be honored." Then he turned to his host, declaring, "When you put on a dinner, don't invite your friends, brothers, relatives, and rich neighbors, for they will return the invitation. On the contrary, invite the poor, the crippled, the lame, and the blind. Then, at the resurrection of the upright, YAOHUSHUA will reward you for inviting those who can't repay you." Hearing this, a man on his seat at the table with YAOHUSHUA exclaimed, "What privilege it would be to get into the kingdom of Yahuul." YAOHUSHUA replied with this example: "A man prepared a great feast, sent out many invitations. When all was ready, he sent his servant around to notify the guests that it was time for them to arrive. But they all began making excuses. One said he had just bought a field and wanted to inspect it and asked to be excused. Another said he had just bought 5 pairs of oxen and wanted to try them out. Another had just been married and for that reason couldn't come." The servant returned and reported to his boss what they had said. His boss was angry and told him to go quickly into the roads and alleys of the city and to invite the beggars, crippled, lame, and blind. But even then, there was still room. "Well then," said the boss, "go out into the country lanes and out behind the hedges and urge anyone you find to come, so the house will be full. For none of those I invited first will get even the smallest taste of what I had prepared for them." Great crowds were following him. He turned around and addressed them as follows: "Anyone who wants to be my follower must love me far more than he does his own father, mother, wife, children, brothers, or female siblings. Yes, more than his own life. Otherwise, he cannot be my disciple. And no one can be my disciple who does not carry his own stake and follow me. But don't begin until you count the cost. For who would begin putting up a building without first getting estimates and then checking to see if he has enough money to pay the bills? Otherwise, he might complete only the foundation before running out of funds. And then how everyone would laugh. 'See that fellow over there,' they would mock. 'He began that building and ran out of money before it was finished.' Or what king would ever dream of going to war without first conferring with his advisers and discussing whether his army of 10,000 is powerful enough to defeat the 20,000 men who are marching against him? If the conclusion is negative, then while the enemy troops are still far away, he will send a truce team to discuss terms of peace. No one, therefore, can become my disciple unless he first takes an estimate of all his assets and then renounces them all for me. What use is salt that has lost its flavor? Flavorless salt is fit for nothing, not even for fertilizer. It is worthless and must be thrown out. Take heed if you would comprehend my meaning." Chapter 15. Dishonest tax collectors and other notorious sinners often came to hear the lectures of YAOHUSHUA. But this caused complaints from the Yahudim religious leaders and the experts on Yahudi law because he was mingling with such despicable people, even eating with them. So YAOHUSHUA used this object lesson. If you had 100 sheep and one of them deviated away and was missing in the wilderness, wouldn't you leave the 99 others to go and search for the lost sheep until you found it? And then you would gladly carry it home on your shoulders. When you arrived, you would call together your friends and neighbors to exult with you because your lost sheep was found. Well, in the same way, heaven will be happier over one lost sinner who returns to Yahuwah than over 99 others who haven't deviated away. Or take another example. A woman had 10 valuable silver coins and loses one. Won't she light a lamp and look in every corner of the house and sweep every nook and cranny until she finds it? And then won't she call in her friends and neighbors to exult with her? In the same way, there is gladness in the very presence of the angels of Yahuwah when one sinner repents. To further clarify the point, he told them this parable. A man had 2 sons. When the younger told his father, "I want my share of your estate now. I won't wait until you die," his father agreed to divide his wealth between his sons. A few days later, this younger son packed all his belongings and took a trip to a far-off land and there squandered all his money on parties and prostitutes. About the time his money was gone, a terrible famine swept over the land and he began to go hungry. He convinced a local farmer to hire him to feed his pigs. The boy became so hungry that even the pods he was feeding the swine looked delectable to him, and no one gave him anything. When he finally came to his senses, he said to himself, "At home, even the hired men have food enough and to spare, and here I am, dying of hunger. I will go home to my father and say, 'Abi, I have sinned against both heaven and you, and am no longer worthy of being called your son. Please take me on as a hired man.'" And so he returned home to his father, and while he was still afar off, his father saw him coming and was filled with loving pity, and ran and embraced him and kissed him. His son said to him, "Abi, I have sinned against heaven and you, and am not worthy of being called your son." But his father said to the slaves, "Quick, bring the finest robe in the house and put it on him, and a jeweled ring for his finger, and sandals, and kill the calf we have in the fattening pen. We must celebrate with a feast, for this son of mine was dead and has come back to life. He was lost, but now is found." So the party began. Meanwhile, The older son was in the fields working. When he returned home, he heard dance music coming from the house, and he asked one of the servants what was going on. "Your brother is back," he was told, "and your father has killed the calf we are fattening and has prepared a great feast to celebrate his coming home again unharmed." The older brother was furious and wouldn't go in. His father came out and begged him, but he replied, "All these years I've worked hard for you and never once refused to do a single task you told me to. And in all that time you never gave me even one young goat for a feast with my friends. Yet when this son of yours comes back after spending your money on prostitutes, you celebrate by killing the finest calf we have on the place." "Look, dear son," his father said to him, "you and I are very close, and everything I have is yours. But it is right to celebrate, for he is your brother, and he was dead and has come back to life. He was lost, but now is found." Chapter 16. YAOHUSHUA now told this parable to his disciples. A rich man hired an accountant to handle his business affairs. But soon a rumor went around that the accountant was completely dishonest. So his employer called him in and said, "What's this I hear about your stealing from me? Get your report in order, for you are about to be dismissed." The accountant thought to himself, "Now what? I'm through here, and I haven't the ability to go out and dig ditches, and I'm too proud to beg. I know the right thing, and then I'll have plenty of friends to take care of me when I leave." So he invited each one who owed money to his employer to come and discuss their accounts. He asked the first, "How much do you owe him?" "My debt is 850 gallons of olive oil," the man replied. "Yes, here is the contract you signed," the accountant told him. "Tear it up and write another one for half that much." "And how much do you owe him?" he asked the next man. 1,000 bushels of wheat, was the reply. "Here," the accountant said, "take your note and replace it with one for only 800 bushels. The rich man had to admire the rascal for being so shrewd. And it is true that people of this world are more clever in dishonesty than the upright are. But shall I tell you to act that way, to buy friendship by cheating? Will this ensure your entry into an eternal home in heaven? No, for unless you are honest with small matters, you won't be in large ones. If you cheat even a little, you won't be honest with greater responsibilities. And if you are undependable about worldly wealth, who will trust you with the true riches of heaven? And if you are not faithful with other people's money, why should you be made a trustee of your own? For neither you nor anyone else can serve two bosses. You will hate one and show devotion to the other, or else the other way around. You will be zealous about one and despise the other. You cannot serve both YAOHUSHUA and money. The Pharisees, who are ill reputed for their lust for money, scoffed at all this, of course. Then he said to them, "You wear a noble, pious expression in public, but YAOHUSHUA knows your evil hearts. Your pretense brings you honor from the people, but it is an abomination in the sight of YAOHUSHUA." Until YAOHUSHUA, the immerser, began to proclaim the laws of YAOHUSHUA and the messages of the prophets were your guides. But YAOHUSHUA came to bring the glorious message that the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA would come soon. And now, eager multitudes are pressing in. But that doesn't mean that the law has lost its force in even the smallest point. It is as firm and unshakable as heaven and earth. So anyone who divorces his wife and marries someone else commits adultery, and anyone who marries a divorced woman commits adultery. There was a rich man, YAOHUSHUA said, who was splendidly clothed and lived each day in mirth and luxury. One day, a diseased beggar, was laid by the door of the rich man's house. As he lay there, longing for scraps from the rich man's table, the dogs would come and lick his open sores. Finally, the beggar died and was carried by the angels to be with Abraham in the place of the upright dead, or Abraham's bosom. The rich man also died and was buried, and his soul went to hell. There, in torment, he saw afar off with Abraham. "Father Abraham," he yelled, "have some pity. Please send over here, if only to dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, for I am in anguish in these flames." But Abraham said to him, "Son, remember that during your lifetime you had everything you wanted, and had nothing. So now he is here being comforted, and you are in anguish. And besides, there is a deep gorge separating us, and anyone wanting to go to you from here is stopped at its edge, and no one over there can come to us here." Then the rich man said, "O Father Abraham, then please send him to my father's home, for I have 5 brothers, to warn them about this place of torment, lest they come here when they die." But Abraham said, "The scriptures have warned them again and again. Your brothers can read them any time they want to." The rich man replied, "No, Father Abraham, they won't bother to read them. But if someone is sent to them from the dead, then they will turn from their sins." But Abraham said, "If they won't heed YAOHUSHUA and the prophets, they won't heed either, even though someone rises from the dead." Chapter 17. There will always be temptations to sin, YAOHUSHUA declared one day to his disciples. But oi, woe to the one who does the tempting. If he were thrown into the sea with a huge rock tied to his neck, he would be far better off than facing the punishment prepared for those who harm these little children's souls. I am warning you, rebuke your brother if he sins, and forgive him if he repents. Even if he wrongs you 7 times a day, and each time turns again and asks forgiveness, forgive him. One day the emissaries said to Molchiul YAOHUSHUA, "We need more faith. Tell us how to have it." "If your faith were only the size of a cardal seed," YAOHUSHUA answered, "it would be large enough to uproot that mulberry tree over there and send it hurtling into the sea. Your command would bring quick results. When a servant comes in from plowing or taking care of the sheep, he doesn't just sits himself and eats, but first prepares his boss's meal and serves him his supper before he eats his own. And he is not even thanked, for he is merely doing what he is supposed to do. Just so, if you merely obey me, you should not think of yourselves worthy of praise, for you have simply done your duty." As they continued onward toward YAOHUSHUA Olain, they reached the border between Galilee and Shuamor Yahu. And as they entered a village there, 10 lepers were up on their feet afar off, crying out, "YAOHUSHUA Maor, have mercy on us." He looked at them and said, "Go to the Yahudi priest, show him that you are healed." And as they were going, their leprosy disappeared. One of them came back to YAOHUSHUA, loudly proclaiming, "Glory to Yahuul, I'm healed." He fell flat on the ground in front of YAOHUSHUA, faceward to the dust, so grateful to him for what he had done. This man was a Shomroni. YAOHUSHUA asked, "Didn't I heal 10 men? Where are the other 9? Does only this foreigner return to give glory to Yahuul?" And YAOHUSHUA said to the man, "Rise up and go. Your faith has made you whole." One day the Pharisees asked YAOHUSHUA, "When will the kingdom of Yahuul begin?" YAOHUSHUA replied, "The kingdom of Yahuul doesn't commence with visible signs. You won't be able to say it has begun here in this place or there in that part of the country. For the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA is in you. Later, he talked again about this with his disciples. The time is coming when you will long for me to be with you even for a single day, but I won't be here, he said. Reports will reach you that I have returned and that I'm in this place or that. Don't believe it or go out to look for me. For when I return, you will know it beyond all doubt. It will be as evident as the lightning that flashes in the skies. But first, I must suffer terribly and be rejected by this whole nation. When I return, the world will be as indifferent to matters about YAOHUSHUA as the people were in the day of Noah. They ate and drank and married, everything just as usual, right up to the day when Noah went into the ark and the flood came and drowned them all. And the world will be as it was in the days of Lot. People went about their daily business, eating and drinking, buying and selling, farming and building, until the morning Lot left Sodom. Then fire and brimstone rained down from heaven and ruined them all. Yes, it will be business as usual right up to the hour of my return. Those away from home that day must never return to pack. Those in the fields must never return to town. Remember what happened to Lot's wife. Whoever clings to his life shall lose it, and whoever loses his life shall save it. That night, 2 men will be asleep in the same room, and one will be taken away, the other left. 2 women will be working together at household tasks. One will be taken, the other left. And so it will be with men working side by side in the fields. Molchiul, where will they be taken? The disciples asked. YAOHUSHUA replied, where the body is, the vultures also gather. Chapter 18. One day, YAOHUSHUA told his disciples an object lesson to highlight their need for persevering prayer and to show them that they must keep on praying until the answer comes. There was a city judge, he said, a very unholy man who had deep contempt for everyone. A widow of that city came to him frequently to appeal for justice against a man who had harmed her. The judge ignored her for a while, but eventually she wore him out. I fear neither YAOHUSHUA nor man, he said to himself, but this woman bothers me. I'm going to make sure that she gets justice, for she is wearing me out with her continual coming. Then Molchiul YAOHUSHUA said, if even an evil judge can be worn down like that, don't you think that YAOHUSHUA will surely give justice to his people who plead with him day and night? Yes, he will answer them quickly. But the query is, when I, Paul Mehushkai, return, how many will I find who have faith and are praying? Then he told this tale to some who bragged about their virtue and scorned everyone else. 2 men went to the temple to pray. One was a proud, self-upright Pharisee, and the other a dishonest tax collector. The proud Pharisee prayed this prayer: I am grateful to YAOHUSHUA that I am not a sinner like everyone else, especially like that tax collector over there. For I never cheat, I don't commit adultery, I go without food twice a week, and I give to YAOHUSHUA a tenth of everything I earn. But the corrupt tax collector arose afar off and dared not even lift his eyes to heaven as he prayed, but beat upon his chest, deeply sorrowful, exclaiming, YAOHUSHUA, be merciful to me, a sinner. I tell you, this sinner, not the Pharisee, returned home forgiven. For the proud shall be humbled, but the humble shall be honored. One day, some mothers brought their infants to him to lay hands and bless. But the disciples told them to go away. Then YAOHUSHUA called the children over to him and said to the disciples, Let the little children come to me. Never send them away, for the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA belongs to people who have hearts as dependent as these little children's. And anyone who doesn't have their kind of faith will never get within the kingdom's gates. Once a Yahudi religious leader asked him this query: Noble Maor, what shall I do to get to heaven? Do you realize what you are saying when you call me noble? YAOHUSHUA asked him. Only YAOHUSHUA is really noble. But in regard to your query, you know what the 10 Commandments stipulate? Don't commit adultery, don't murder, don't steal, don't lie, honor your parents, and so on. The man replied, I've obeyed every one of these laws since I was a small child. There is still one thing you lack, YAOHUSHUA said. Sell all you have and give the money to the poor. It will become treasure for you in heaven, and come, follow me. But when the man heard this, he went away in sorrow, for he was very rich. YAOHUSHUA watched him go, and then said to his disciples, How hard it is for the rich to enter the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA. those who heard him say this exclaimed, "If it is hard, how can anyone be saved?" And he replied, "YAOHUSHUA can do what people cannot." And Caiaphas said, "We have left our homes and followed you." "Yes," YAOHUSHUA replied, "and everyone who has performed as you have, leaving home, wife, brothers, parents, or children for the sake of the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA will be repaid many times over now, as well as receive eternal life in the world to come." Gathering the 12 around him, he told them, "As you know, we are going to YAOHUSHUA, and when we get there, all the predictions of the ancient prophets about me will come true. I will be handed over to the Gentiles to be mocked and treated shamefully and spat upon and lashed and killed, and on the third day I will rise again." But they didn't comprehend a bit of what he said. He seemed to be talking in riddles. As they approached Jericho, a blind man sat beside the road begging from travelers. When he heard the noise of a crowd going past, he asked what was happening. He was informed that YAOHUSHUA from Nazareth was going by. So he began hollering, "YAOHUSHUA, Bor Daud, have mercy on me." The crowds ahead of YAOHUSHUA tried to hush the man, but he only yelled the louder, "Bor Daud, have mercy on me." When YAOHUSHUA arrived at the spot, he stopped and said, "Bring the blind man over here." Then YAOHUSHUA asked the man, "What do you want?" "Molchiul," he pleaded, "I want to see." And YAOHUSHUA said, "All right, begin seeing. Your faith has healed you." And immediately the man could see and followed YAOHUSHUA, praising YAOHUSHUA. And all who saw it happen praised YAOHUSHUA too. Chapter 19. While YAOHUSHUA was going through Jericho, a man named Zacchaeus, one of the most influential Yahudim in the Roman tax-collecting business, and of course a very rich man, tried to get a look at YAOHUSHUA, but he was too short to see over the crowds. So he ran ahead and climbed into a sycamore tree beside the road to watch from there. When YAOHUSHUA came by, he looked up at Zacchaeus and called him by name. "Zacchaeus," he said, "quick, come down, for I am going to be in your home today as guest." Zacchaeus hurriedly climbed down and took YAOHUSHUA to his house in great excitement and gladness. But the crowds were displeased. "He has gone to be the guest of a notorious sinner," they grumbled. Meanwhile, Zacchaeus arose before Molchiul YAOHUSHUA and said, "Ma'or, from now on I will give half of my wealth to the poor, and if I find I have overcharged anyone on his taxes, I will penalize myself by giving him back 4 times as much." And YAOHUSHUA told him, "This shows that salvation has really come to this home today. This man was one of the lost sons of Abraham, and I, YAOHUSHUA, have come to search for and to save such souls as his." And because YAOHUSHUA was approaching YAOHUSHUA Lane, he gave an object lesson to correct the impression that the kingdom of Yahuul would begin right away. A noble man living in some province was called away to the far-off capital of the empire to be crowned king of his province. Before he left, he called together 10 auxiliaries and gave them each 8,000 shekalim to invest while he was gone. But some of his people hated him and sent him their declaration of independence, reported that they had rebelled and would not acknowledge him to be their king. Upon his return, he called in the men to whom he had given the money to find out what they had done with it and what their profits were. The first man reported an enormous gain, 10 times as much as the original amount. "Fine!" the king exclaimed. "You are an upright man. You have been faithful with the little I gave you, and as your reward you shall be governor of 10 cities." The next man also reported a splendid gain, 5 times the original amount. "All right," his chief said, "you can be governor over 5 cities." But the third man brought back only the money he had began with. "I've kept it safe," he said, "because I was afraid you would demand my profits, for you are a hard man to deal with, taking what doesn't belong to you and even confiscating the crops that others plant." "You vile and wicked slave," the king roared, "hard am I. That's exactly how I'll be toward you. If you knew so much about me and how tough I am, then why didn't you deposit the money in the bank so I could at least get some interest from it?" Then turning to the others around, he ordered, "Take the money away from him and give it to the man who earned the most." "But Maor," they said, "he has enough already." "Yes," the king replied, "but it is always a dependable truth that those who have get more, and those who have little soon lose even that." And now, about these enemies of mine who revolted, bring them in and execute them before me. After telling this parable, YAOHUSHUA went on toward YAOHUSHUA Lane, walking along ahead of his disciples. As they came to the towns of Bethpage and Bethany on the Mount of Olives, he sent 2 disciples ahead with orders to go to the next village, and as they entered, they were to look for a donkey tied beside the road. It would be a colt not yet broken for riding. "Untie him," YAOHUSHUA said, "and bring him here. And if anyone asks you what you are doing, just say, YAOHUSHUA needs it. They found the colt as YAOHUSHUA said. Sure enough, as they were untying it, the owners demanded an explanation. "What are you doing?" they asked. "Why are you untying our colt?" And the disciples simply replied, YAOHUSHUA needs it. So they brought the colt to YAOHUSHUA and threw some of their clothing around its back for YAOHUSHUA to sit upon. Then the crowds spread out their robes along the road ahead of him, and as they reached the place where the road began down from the Mount of Olives, the whole line of people began to loudly exult, sing as they walked along, praising Yahuwah for all the amazing miracles YAOHUSHUA had performed. "Yahuwah has given us a king," they loudly said. "Long live the king! Let all heaven exult! Glory to Yahuwah in the highest heavens!" But some of the Pharisees among the crowd said, "Maor, rebuke your followers for making those kind of declarations." And he replied, "If they keep quiet, the Ebanim along the road will break forth into cheers." But as they came closer to YAOHUSHUA Olam and he saw the city ahead, he began to cry. Eternal peace was readily within your reach, and you turned it down, he wept. And now it is too late. Your enemies will pile up earth against your walls and encircle you, and close in on you, and crush you to the ground, and your children within you. Your enemies will not leave one Eban upon another, for you have rejected the opportunity Yahuwah offered you. Then he entered the temple and began to drive out the merchants from their fronts, saying to them, "The scriptures declare, my temple is a place of prayer, but you have turned it into a den of thieves." After that, he taught daily in the temple, but the chief priests and other religious leaders and the business community were trying to find some way to get rid of him. But they could think of nothing, for he was a hero to the people. They adhered to every word he said. Chapter 20. On one of those days, when he was teaching and proclaiming the glorious message in the temple, he was confronted by the chief priests and all the religious leaders and councilmen. They demanded to know by what authority he had driven out the merchants from the temple. "I'll ask you one query before I answer," he replied. "Was Yahuchanan sent by Yahuwah, or was he merely acting under his own authority?" They talked it over among themselves. "If we say his message was from heaven, then we are trapped, because he will ask, 'Then why didn't you believe him?' But if we say Yahuchanan was not sent from Yahu'ul, the people will mob us, for they are convinced that he was a prophet. Finally they replied, "We don't know." And YAOHUSHUA responded, "Then I won't answer your query either." Now he turned to the people again and told them this object lesson. A man planted a vineyard and rented it out to some farmers and went away to a far-off land to live for several years. When harvest time came, he sent one of his men to the farm to collect his share of the crops. But the tenants beat him up and sent him back empty-handed. Then he sent again another, but the same thing happened. He was beaten up and insulted and sent away without collecting. A third man was sent. The same thing happened. He too was wounded and chased away. "What shall I do?" the owner asked himself. "I know I'll send my cherished son. Surely they will show respect for him." But when the tenants saw his son, they said, "This is our chance. This fellow will inherit all the land when his father dies. Come on, let's kill him, and then it'll all be ours." So they dragged him out of the vineyard and killed him. What do you think the owner will do? I'll tell you. He will come and kill them and rent out the vineyard to others. But they would never do a thing like that, his hearers objected. YAOHUSHUA looked at them and said, "Then what does the scripture mean when it says, 'The Ebon, rejected by the builders, was made the chief corner boulder'?" And he added, "Whoever stumbles over that Ebon shall be broken, and those on whom it falls will be crushed to dust." When the chief priests and religious leaders heard about this tale he had told, they wanted him apprehended immediately, for they realized that he was talking about them. They were the wicked tenants in his example. But they were afraid that if they themselves apprehended him, there would be a riot. So they tried to get him to say something that could be reported to the Roman governor as reason for arrest by him. Watching their opportunity, they sent secret agents pretending to be honest men. They said to YAOHUSHUA, "Maor, we know what an honest teacher you are. You always tell the truth and don't budge an inch in the face of what others think. But you teach the ways of Yahu'ul. Now tell us, is it correct or proper to pay taxes to the Roman government or not?" He discerned their trickery and said, "Show me a coin. Whose portrait is this on it, and whose name?" They replied, "Caesar's, the Roman emperor's." He said, "Then give the emperor all that is his, and give to Yahu'ul all that is his." Thus, their attempt to outwit him before the people failed, and amazed by his answer, they were silenced. Then some Sadukim, men who believed that death is the end of one's being, that there is no resurrection, came to YAOHUSHUA with this: the laws of YAOHUSHUA stipulate that if a man dies without children, the man's brother shall marry the widow, and their children will legally belong to the dead man to carry on his name. We know of a family of 7 brothers. The oldest married and then died without any children. His brother married the widow, and he too died, still no children. And so it went, one after the other, until each of the 7 had married her and died, leaving no children. Finally, the woman died also. Now here is our query: whose wife will she be in the resurrection? For all of them were married to her. YAOHUSHUA replied, marriage is for people here on earth. But when those who are counted worthy of being raised from the dead get to heaven, they do not marry, and they never die again. In this respects, they are like angels and are sons of YAOHU'UL, for they are raised up in new life from the dead. But as to your real query, whether or not there is a resurrection, why, even the writings of YAOHUSHUA himself prove this. For when he describes how YAOHU'UL appeared to him in the burning bush, he speaks of YAOHU'UL as the YAOHU'UL of Abraham, the Ul of Yahutzka, and the Ul of Yahuka. To say that YAOHU'UL is some person's Ul means that that person is alive, not dead. So from YAOHU'UL's point of view, all people are living. Well said, Maor, remarked some of the experts in the Yahudim law who were there. And that ended their queries, for they dared ask no more. Then he addressed them with a query. Why is it, he asked, that Hol Mehushai is said to be an offspring of King Daud? For Daud himself wrote in the book of Tehillim, YAOHU'UL said to my Odmurul, sit by my right hand until I place your enemies beneath your feet. How can Hol Mehushai be both Daud's son and Daud's Odmurul at the same time? Then, with the crowds very attentive, he turned to his disciples and said, beware of these experts in religion, for they love to parade in dignified robes and to be bowed to by the people as they walk along the road. And how they love the seats of honor in the synagogues and at religious ceremonies. But even while they are praying long prayers with much outward piety, they are planning schemes to cheat widows out of their property. Therefore, YAOHU'UL's severest judgment awaits these people. Chapter 21. As he was in the temple, he was observing the rich tossing their gifts into the collection box. Then a poor widow came by and dropped in 2 small copper coins. "Really," he remarked, "this poor widow has given more than all the rest of them combined. For they have given a little of what they didn't need, but she, poor as she is, has given everything she has." Some of his disciples began talking about the magnificent workmanship of the temple and the memorial decorations on the walls. But YAOHUSHUA said, "The time is coming when all this you are admiring will be knocked down, and not one boulder will be left on top of another. All will become one vast heap of rubble." "Old Morul," they exclaimed, "when? And will there be any warning ahead of time?" He replied, "Don't let anyone mislead you. For many will come announcing themselves as the Messiah and saying, 'The time has come,' but don't you believe them. And when you hear of wars and rebellions beginning, don't panic. True, wars must come, but the end won't follow quickly. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. And there will be severe earthquakes and famines in many lands, and epidemics and terrifying occurrences in the skies. But before all this happens, there will be a time of severe persecution, and you will be dragged into synagogues and prisons, and before kings and governors for the sake of my Shuam name. But as a result, YAOHUSHUA will be widely known and honored. Therefore, don't be concerned about how to answer the charges against you, for I will give you the right words and such logic that none of your opponents will be able to reply. Even those closest to you, your parents, brothers, relatives, and friends will betray you and have you apprehended, and some of you will be killed. And everyone will hate you because you are mine, and you are called by my Shuam name. But not a hair of your head will perish, for if you remain firm, you will win your souls. But when you see YAOHUSHUA surrounded by armies, at that point you will know that the time of its ruin has arrived. Then let the people of Yahuda flee to the hills. Let those in YAOHUSHUA try to escape, and those outside the city should not attempt to return. For those will be days of Yahuwah's judgment, and the words of the ancient scriptures written by the prophets will be abundantly fulfilled. Oi, woe to the expectant mothers in those days, and those with tiny infants, for there will be severe turmoil upon this nation and wrath upon this people. They will be brutally killed by enemy weapons, or sent away as exiles and captives to all the nations of the world. And YAOHUSHUA shall be conquered and trampled down by the Gentiles until the period of Gentile triumph ends in Yahuwah's appointed time. Then there will be unusual events in the skies, warnings, evil omens, and portents in the sun, moon, and kokavim. And down here on earth, the nations will be in turmoil, perplexed by the roaring seas and unexpected tides. The courage of many people will falter because of the fearful fate they see coming upon the earth, for the stability of the skies will be shaken. Then the peoples of the earth shall see me, YAOHUSHUA, coming in a cloud with power and great glory. So when all these events begin to happen, rise and look up, for your salvation is coming. Then he gave them this example. Notice the fig tree or any other tree. When the leaves come out, you know without being told that summer is approaching. In the same way, when you see the events taking place that I've just described, you can be very sure that the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA is fast approaching. I solemnly declare to you that when these events happen, then the end of this age has come, and though all sky and earth shall pass away, yet my words will remain forever true. Watch out! Don't let my unexpected return catch you unawares. Don't let me find you living in careless ease, carousing and drinking and preoccupied with much problems of this life like all the rest of the world. Keep a continual watch and pray that if possible you may arrive in my presence without having to experience these horrors. Every day, YAOHUSHUA went to the temple to teach, and the crowds began gathering early in the morning to hear him. And each evening he returned to spend the night on the Mount of Olives. Chapter 22. And now the Paschal celebration was approaching, the Yahudim holiday, when only bread made without yeast was used. The chief priests and other religious leaders were actively plotting the murder of YAOHUSHUA, trying to find a way to kill him without sparking a riot, a possibility they terribly feared. Then Hasatan entered into Judas Iscariot, who was one of the 12 disciples, and he went over to the chief priests and captains of the temple guards to discuss the best way to betray YAOHUSHUA to them. They were, of course, delighted to know that he was ready to help them and promised him a reward. So he began to look for an opportunity for them to arrest YAOHUSHUA quietly when the crowds weren't around. Now the day of the Paschal celebration arrived, when the Paschal lamb was killed and eaten with the unleavened bread. YAOHUSHUA sent Paphos and Yahuchanan ahead to find a place to prepare their Paschal meal. "Where do you want us to go?" they asked, and he replied, "As soon as you enter YAOHUSHUA Lane, you will see a man walking along carrying a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house he enters and say to the man who lives there, 'Our Mauro says for you to show us the guest room where he can eat the Paschal meal with his disciples. He will take you to a large upper room all ready for us. That is the place. Go ahead and prepare the meal there.' They went off to the city and found everything just as YAOHUSHUA had said. So they prepared the Paschal supper. Then YAOHUSHUA and the others arrived, and at the proper time all reclined together around the meal table, and he said, 'I have looked forward to this hour with deep longing, eager to eat this Paschal meal with you before my suffering begins. For I tell you now that I won't eat it again until what it represents has occurred in the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA.' Then he took a glass of wine, and when he had given Hodayao for it, he said, 'Take this and share it among yourselves, for I will not drink wine again until the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA has come.' Then he took a loaf of bread, and when he had given Hodayao to YAOHUSHUA for it, he broke it apart and gave it to them, saying, 'This is my body given for you. Eat it in remembrance of me.' After supper, he gave them another glass of wine, saying, 'This wine is the token of YAOHUSHUA's new covenant to save you, a covenant sealed with the dam I shall pour out to purchase back your souls.' But here at this table, reclining among us as a friend, is the man who will betray me. I must die. It is part of YAOHUSHUA's plan. But oh, the horror awaiting that man who betrays me." Then the disciples wondered among themselves who among them would ever do such betrayal. And they began to argue among themselves as to who would have the highest rank in the coming kingdom. YAOHUSHUA told them, "In this world, the kings and great men order their slaves around, and the slaves have no other alternative but to like it. But among you, the one who serves you best will be your leader. Out in the world, the boss sits at the table and is served by his servants, but not here, for I am your servant. Nevertheless, because you have remained true to me in these difficult days, and because YAOHUSHUA has granted me a kingdom, I, here and now, grant you the right to eat and drink at my table in that kingdom, and you will sit upon the thrones, judging the 12 tribes of YAOHUSHUA. Simon, Simon, Satan has asked to have you, to sift you like wheat, but I have pleaded in prayer for you, that your faith should not completely fail. So when you have repented and turned to me again, invigorate and build up the faith of your brethren. Simon said, Malchiul, I am ready to go to jail with you and even to die with you. But YAOHUSHUA said, Kaphos, let me tell you something. Between now and tomorrow morning, when the cock crows, you will deny me 3 times, declaring that you don't even know me. Then YAOHUSHUA asked them, when I sent you out to proclaim the glorious message, and you were without money, duffel bag, or spare clothing, how did you get along? Fine, they replied. But now, he said, take a duffel bag if you have one, and your money. And if you don't have a sword, better sell your clothes and buy one. For the time has come for this prophecy about me to come true. He will be condemned as a criminal. Yes, everything written about me by the prophets will come true. Malchiul, they replied, we have 2 swords among us. Enough, he said. Then, accompanied by the disciples, he left the upper room and went as usual to the Mount of Olives. There he told them, pray to YAOHUSHUA that you will not be overcome by temptation. He walked away perhaps a few meters along and knelt down and prayed this prayer. YAOHUSHUA, if you are willing, please take away this cup of horror from me, but I want your will, not mine. Then an angel from heaven appeared and reinvigorated him, for he was in such agony of the rukha that he broke into a sweat of blood, with great drops falling to the ground as he prayed more and more deeply. At last he rose up again and returned to the disciples, only to find them asleep, tired from grief. Asleep, he said, get up, pray to YAOHUSHUA that you will not fall when you are tempted. But even as he said this, a mob approached, led by Judas, one of his 12 disciples. Judas walked over to YAOHUSHUA and kissed him on the cheek in friendly greeting. But YAOHUSHUA said, Judas, how can you do this? Betray Paul Nehushai with a kiss. When the other disciples saw what was about to happen, they exclaimed, Malchiul, shall we fight? We brought along the swords. And one of them slashed at the high priest's servant and cut off his right ear. But YAOHUSHUA exclaimed, don't resist them anymore. And he touched the place where the man's ear had been and healed it. Then YAOHUSHUA addressed the chief priests and the captains of the temple guards and the religious leaders who headed the mob. "Am I a robber," he asked, "that you have come armed with swords and clubs to get me? Why didn't you arrest me in the temple? I was there every day. But this is your moment, the time when Satan's power reigns supreme." So they seized him and led him to the high priest's house, and Caiaphas followed afar off. The soldiers lit a fire in the courtyard and sat for warmth around it, and Caiaphas joined them there. A servant girl noticed him in the firelight and began gazing at him. Finally she spoke. This man was with YAOHUSHUA, and Caiaphas denied it. "Woman," he said, "I don't even know the man." After a while, someone else looked at him and said, "You must be one of them." "No, sir, I am not," Caiaphas replied. About an hour later, someone else flatly declared, "I know this fellow is one of the disciples of YAOHUSHUA, for both are from Galilee." But Caiaphas said, "Man, I don't know what you are talking about." And as he said the words, a cock crowed. YAOHUSHUA at that moment turned and looked at Caiaphas. Then Caiaphas remembered what he had said, "Before the cock crows tomorrow morning, you will deny me 3 times." And Caiaphas walked out of the courtyard, weeping bitterly. Now the guards in charge of YAOHUSHUA began mocking him. They blindfolded him and hit him with their fists and asked, "Who hit you that time, prophet?" And they threw all sorts of other insults at him. Early the next morning at daybreak, the Yahudi Council of Elders assembled, including the chief priests and all the top religious clergymen of the nation. YAOHUSHUA was led before this council and ordered to clarify whether or not he claimed to be YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah. But he replied, "If I tell you, you won't believe me nor let me present my case. But the time is coming when I, YAOHUSHUA, shall be enthroned beside the all-powerful YAOHUSHUA." They all yelled, "Then you claim you are the son of YAOHUSHUA?" And he replied, "Yes, I am." "What need do we have for other witnesses?" they hollered, "for we ourselves have heard him say it." Chapter 23. Then the entire council took YAOHUSHUA over to Pilate, the governor. They began at once accusing him. "This fellow has been leading our people to ruin by telling them not to pay their taxes to the Roman government and by claiming he is our YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah, a king." So Pilate asked him, "Are you their YAOHUSHUA, their king?" "Yes." YAOHUSHUA replied, "It is as you say." Then Pilate turned to the chief priests and to the mob and said, "So, that isn't a crime." Then they became desperate. "But he is causing riots against the government everywhere he goes, all over Yahuda, from Galilee to YAOHUSHUA. Is he a Galilean then?" Pilate asked. When they told him yes, Pilate said to take him to King Herod, for Galilee was at that time under the jurisdiction of King Herod. And Herod happened to be in YAOHUSHUA at the time. Herod was delighted at the opportunity to see YAOHUSHUA, for he had heard a lot about him and had been hoping to see him perform a miracle. He asked YAOHUSHUA query after query, but there was no reply. Meanwhile, the chief priests and the other religious leaders were arisen by there, yelling out their charges. Now Herod and his soldiers began mocking and ridiculing YAOHUSHUA, and putting a kingly robe on him, they sent him back to Pilate. That day, Herod and Pilate, enemies before, became fast friends. Then Pilate called together the chief priests and other Yahudim leaders along with the people and announced his verdict. "You brought this man to me, accusing him of leading a revolt against the Roman government. I have examined him thoroughly on this point and find him innocent." Herod came to the same conclusion and sent him back to us. "Nothing this man has committed calls for the death penalty. I will therefore have him scourged with leaded thongs and release him." But now a mighty roar rose from the crowd, as with one voice they yelled, "Kill him and release Barabbas to us." Barabbas was in prison for instigating an insurrection in YAOHUSHUA against the government and for murder. Pilate argued with them, for he wanted to release YAOHUSHUA, but they yelled, "Impale him! Impale him!" Once more, for the third time, he demanded, "Why? What crime has he committed? I have found no reason to condemn him to death. I will therefore scourge him and let him go." But they yelled louder and louder for the death of YAOHUSHUA, and their voices prevailed. So Pilate condemned YAOHUSHUA to die as they demanded. And he released Barabbas, the man in prison for insurrection and murder at their request. But he delivered YAOHUSHUA over to them to do as they would. As the crowd led YAOHUSHUA away to his death, Simon of Cyrene, who was just coming into YAOHUSHUA from the country, was forced to follow, carrying the stake of YAOHUSHUA. Huge crowds trailed along behind, and many grief-filled women. Turning to them, YAOHUSHUA said, "Daughters of YAOHUSHUA Ole, don't weep for me, but for yourselves and for your children. For the days are coming when the women who have no children will be reckoned happier indeed. Mankind will beg the mountains to fall on them and crush them, and the hills to bury them. For if such deeds as this are done to me, the living tree, what will they do to you? 2 others, criminals, were led out to be executed with him at a place called Golgotha, place of the skull. There, all 3 were impaled, YAOHUSHUA in the middle, and the 2 criminals on either side. YAOHUABI, Father, forgive these people, YAOHUSHUA said, for they don't know what they are doing. And the soldiers gambled for his clothing, throwing dice for each piece. The crowd watched, and the Yahudim leaders laughed and scoffed. He was so noble in helping others, they said. Let's see him save himself if he is really Yahuwah's elect one, YAOHUSHUA. The soldiers mocked him too by offering him a drink of sour wine. And they called to him, if you are the king of the Yahudim, save yourself. A signboard was nailed to the stake above him with these words, this is the king of the Yahudim. One of the criminals hanging beside him scoffed, so you're YAOHUSHUA, are you? Prove it by saving yourself and us too while you're at it. But the other criminal objected, don't you even fear Yahuwah when you are dying? We deserve to die for our evil deeds, but this man hasn't committed one thing wrong. And then he said, YAOHUSHUA, please remember me when you come into your kingdom. And YAOHUSHUA replied, today you will be with me in paradise. This is a solemn promise. By now it was midday, and darkness fell throughout the whole land for 3 hours until 3 o'clock. The light from the sun was gone, and surprisingly, the thick veil hanging in the temple split apart. Then YAOHUSHUA loudly said, YAOHUABI, I commit my ruach to you. And with those words, he died. When the captain of the Roman military unit handling the executions saw what had happened, he was filled with awe before Yahuwah and said, surely this man was innocent. And when the crowd that came to see the impalement saw that YAOHUSHUA was dead, they went home in deep sorrow. Meanwhile, the friends of YAOHUSHUA, including the women who had followed him down from Galilee, were afar off watching. Then a man named YAOHUSHUA, a member of the Yahudi Supreme Court, from the city of Arimathea in Yahuda went to Pilate and asked for the body of YAOHUSHUA. He was an upright man who had been expecting YAOHUSHUA's coming and had not agreed with the verdict and actions of the other Yahudim leaders. So he took down the body of YAOHUSHUA and wrapped it in a long linen cloth and laid it in a new unused tomb hewn into the rock at the side of a hill. This happened late in the afternoon on the day of preparation for the Shabbos. As the body was taken away, the women from Galilee followed and saw it carried into the tomb. Then they went home and prepared spices and ointments to embalm him, but by the time they were finished, it was the Shabbos. So they took their rest that day as required by the Yahudi law. Chapter 24. Very early on the morning of the first day of the week, they took the ointments to the tomb and found that the huge ebon covering the entrance had been rolled aside. So they went in, but the body of Malchiul YAOHUSHUA was gone. They were arisen there, bewildered, trying to think what could have happened to it. Surprisingly, two men appeared before them, clothed in shiny robes so bright their eyes were dazzled. The women were terrified and bowed low before them. Then the man asked, "Why are you looking in the tomb for someone who is alive? He is not here. He has come back to life again. Don't you remember what he told you back in Galilee, that YAOHUSHUA must be betrayed into the power of evil men and be impaled, and that he would rise again the third day?" Then they remembered and rushed back to YAOHUSHUA to tell his 11 disciples and everyone else what had happened. The women who went to the tomb were Mauroem of Magdala, and Yahuchana, and Mauroem the mother of Yahuchak, and others. But the report seemed like a tall tale to them. They didn't believe it. However, Caiaphas ran to the tomb to look. Stooping, he peered in and saw the empty linen wrappings, and then he went back home again, wondering what had happened. That same day, first day of the week, two followers of YAOHUSHUA were walking to the village of Emmaus, 7 miles right out of YAOHUSHUA. As they walked along, they were talking of the death of YAOHUSHUA, when surprisingly, YAOHUSHUA himself came along and up with them and began walking beside them. But they didn't recognize him, for they were prevented so. "You seem to be in deep discussion about something," he said. "What are you so concerned about?" They stopped short, sorrow written on their faces, and one of them, Cleopas, replied, "You must be the only person in YAOHUSHUA, who hasn't heard about the horrible events that happened there last week. What events?
Eso einay el pehorim meyayin yovoy ezim Hashem aise shamayim vorem. Eso einay el pehorim meyayin yovoy ezim Hashem aise shamayim vorem. Al yitzilam v'traglekom, al yanim shoym rekom, hinei lo yonum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael. Al yitzilam v'traglekom, al yanim shoym rekom, hinei lo yonum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yonum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael, shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yonum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael, shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yonum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael, shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yonum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yonum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael. Eso einay el pehorim meyayin yovoy ezim Hashem aise shamayim vorem. Al yitzilam v'traglecho, al yanum shoym recho, hinei lo yanum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael. Al yitzilam v'traglecho, al yanum shoym recho, hinei lo yanum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yanum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael, shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yanum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael, shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yanum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael, shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yanum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yanum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yanum v'lo yishon shoym Yisrael. Hinei lo yanum v'lo yishon